what's up? Hello, we're here, we're live. Hi, how's it going? What up, what up, what up? Reinhardt is my favorite NPC. Or GPC, we are live. Is GPC anything for guest PC? I was mostly trying to save word count in the title, but I feel like GPC might be something. Testing. All right, there we go. Look, all of the auto magic shit that I do, it's great when it works. And it's not brittle at all. It's very robust. I am known for making things that don't break upon second use. I don't even know how that happened. Let's see here. There has to be something else that's muting me. I have like a main thing that controls when I'm muted and when I'm not, so that I don't accidentally leave my mic on during a break. But something else must be muting me that I've just forgotten about. So I don't know what that could be. Muted yourself. Yay. Hi. I've been waiting for your reaction to this guest character since forever. He's my personal favorite. I hope you like him. I don't want to. I'm always hesitant about counting my chickens before they're hatched. Or what's another phrase? Putting the cart before the horse. No, that's not it. I don't know. I'm always worried about saying like, this is my favorite. Like I've been loving this arc. And I've been hesitant the whole time about saying that it's my favorite arc because we're not, far enough into it. But that said, Sprig is already like top 5 GPCs easily for me. I can easily say that. My favorite thus far is Chod, Lionel. Lionel's currently my favorite. And it's tough because I still have a real soft spot for Zara and Wilfredel. What's Wilfredel's character's name? Cash. I have a soft spot for them because they were the bright spots in what is otherwise my least favorite arc in Critical Role. So, and they're kind of defining for me, especially in comparison to later guest PCs. Like, they are defining in like what a good Critical Role guest PC looks like. So, it's tough because they're from just very different eras. But I like Sprig quite a lot so far. It's down to something so trivial and simple, but I just really like him and Matt's energy. They've just got a freaking chemistry, bro. I can't like explain it in like hard detail, but the chemistry when Matt is playing the imp to Sprig right here, just like immediately I was like, oh, I like this guy. I can't help it. It's like an immediate reaction. I was not this immediately into Lionel. It took me a second on Lionel. I was not this immediately into Why is it doing that? What happened? Is someone fucking with me? Did someone gain access to my computer and is fucking with me? Just for shitsels and gitsels? Gixels? What the hell was that? Action history. Fade out all audio and mixer. Why? Why fade out all audio and mixer? An automatic audio noise? What? Why did it do that? Oh, I'm so dumb. I'm so dumb. Oh no. Oh, it's all my fault. Okay, I know why that was happening. Okay. So I used to have it's not even worth explaining. It's too much details for something that's just dumb. But that was my fault. I fixed it. Don't worry about it. But anyways, muted again, fading for sure. It's not immediate muting. It's because I'll be very short. It's because Deadly Spark gave me the 25 months. Thank you for the 25 months, Deadly Spark. It's because of that. But I fixed it so that will not cause problems anymore. Anyways, so I'm just really liking it. I'm really liking Darren so far. So the first one was because of me? Yes. But I fixed it. Have you only seen him speak like 6 sentences? Yeah. Which is, again, why I don't want to be like... It's why I don't want to be too like, man, he's my favorite. But I'm liking him a lot so far. Darren feels very similar to early Scanlan for me in that on paper they should be grading in too much, but in practice I love them. I think a early Scanlan type character is fundamentally better as a guest PC than they are a PC, like a regular PC. So I think that is already a better starting point. But I think part of that is because, again, like the thing that's selling me already on them is the dynamic between him and Matt that I always felt sort of was restricted with Scanlan. That was like kind of part of my problems with Scanlan is that, you know, his kind of early character, joke character status meant that it was hard for NPCs to treat him seriously, or at least like interact with him on his own terms. And so I never felt the type of chemistry between an NPC and early Scanlan that I even just felt between the Imp and Sprig there. Also, I don't remember Sprig's name. It's pulled up. I don't know it that well. Let's see. I need to edit the report. I need to pull this up. Okay. Break starts there. We're not there yet. I love Darren's acting. He's so good at it. He's delightful. The random fade outs are really funny. It is funny when I get fucked with and I don't know why. I think Sprig is too much in the best possible way. I think that like characters that are too much are good in small doses. Like I think it is possible, you know, and I haven't seen enough of Sprig yet to say, but I think it seems at least possible that this type of character would get on my nerves after 20 sessions, maybe, you know? Like after 20 sessions of them doing, you know, the same bit. But for one session, as a guest PC, I'm down. It's fun. So it's and we sort of talked about this with Scanlan, of like there is a and Tiberius even. Not every character is going to work in every situation, like every player character concept, right? It depends on the campaign, on the tone, on the table, on the other characters that you're interacting with. In fact, really interestingly, the player that did not like the D&D session that I ran 2 sessions ago. So I 2 sessions ago, I talked about it on stream. It kind of flopped hard, and one player in particular really did not like it. We played a session last week that went way better. Went really, really well. It was a good comeback. And they sent me a message after. And this is something I didn't bring up on the stream because at the time it didn't seem relevant to me, but in retrospect it totally was. They are a illusion wizard, and not only are they like a wizard with the subclass of illusionist, and that's, a factor of their character, but that's not the entire thing. Their like entire character is based around being an illusionist. Like that is like the fundamental seed that sprung the character into being very clearly and self-admittedly by the player. And in a exploration session, illusion magic is typically a kind of social interaction, at least as written in D&D. There's not like a ton that it does in combat unless your, GM is working with you to try to make it do stuff. And in exploration, it does even less because you need something to perceive the illusion, right? Like the illusions don't do anything, at least until you get very high level, without a conscious mind to perceive them. And in the exploration session that I ran, I had a grand total of 1 NPC. It was primarily just exploring an environment and dealing with like landscape type hazards. Now there were NPCs planned for later that I ended up cutting because I wanted to. We just did a you do it. We skipped it over a lot of what I had planned, but it was a really good point for me to consider, and it's I think relevant to this discussion in that if that player had known that, like let's say I was making an exploration focused campaign. I told them ahead of time, you are going to be primarily exploring wilderness. You might run into wild animals, you'll run into NPCs occasionally, but like the primary thing you're doing is exploring the world, exploring the wilderness, or exploring a landscape. They would have made a different character. If I had said that to them, if that had been the pitch in, session 0 or pre-session 0, they just would not have made this character. And I think that's relevant to especially early Scanlan. I think early Scanlan just really did not overall fit with what Critical Role was quickly becoming in a way that the other characters did fit a little bit more naturally. And like, all credit to Sam. I think he has done a lot to bring Scanlan into kind of the modern table tone, but he definitely didn't start there. And it can also, like I said, it can have I think a distinction on whether or not it's a guest PC. So an early Scanlan type character might not work as a PC, but they might work as a guest PC or an NPC even. Sorry, a cord fell off and it's tangling my feet and bugging me. 1 second. All right, there we go. Anyways, also, I never explained. Hello, this is Critical Eyes. My name is Megaphone Man. This is episode 105, part 2. I'm a long time TM. Been DMing for like 10 years, 20 years, who knows? And I watched Critical Role for the first time. I've never seen it before. I've never seen any other actual play before this series. And we talk about the good, the bad, and the ugly, what I think of it as a TTRPG session, what we can learn from it, what we can take home, and try to have some fun doing it. That was way too late for the intro, but we got to get it in. I advise you to restart the scene since the time he starts talking. That's fair. That's not that long. What? That's like 3 minutes. Like right from the door. What it was like 1:13 is what I was at. You don't even appreciate music. You're going to leave. It's like 5 minutes. We can do it. Yeah. It's like 6 minutes. It'll be fine. Let's see. Kit Bus, the first one, I think, is the only one where that doesn't apply. She's just the official artist and not a voice actress. Yeah. True. It always helps that any old man at PC is either the wisest man or the littlest freak, and Darren plays it so well. He is playing like a good line between a freak and a wise man. Like I know that he knows things, which is also a good like thing to bring up about like this PC's role in the scene and how that determines how their character comes off. We know that Sprig knows something. Like, we were given a vision of his home. So, like, we know that Sprig has info, and he's not just a little freak. So that makes his little freakiness all the better, because we know that something is hiding underneath there. Again, in comparison to Scanlan, where, like, you know, we knew that he was a powerful bard, but, like, there wasn't a lot of secrets hiding underneath. There wasn't a lot of reason to dig through that exterior. Whereas with Sprig, we know there's something underneath that exterior that we gotta dig down to. So he's both the wisest man and the littlest freak, which is a great, like, again, it's a great line to draw. It's a great choice, I think, for this scene. And for this, you know, this plot sequence, beat? I don't know. Something around there. But yeah. Got here just in time for the intro. Shut up. Big King Boomy energy. Big King Boomy energy. That's a great comparison. Yeah. Yeah. He's Big King Boomy energy. And we love King Boomy. I love King Boomy. So it's, yeah, absolutely. I think, to be fair, how Kit's character comes into the story and what she does makes it kind of very irrelevant, so it's easy to forget. Yeah, it's tough. I think Kit was really solid. But yeah, it kind of didn't. It ultimately felt a little bit irrelevant, and it was overshadowed by a lot of the other stuff happening in that kind of plot portion. Like, that is not at the same time, but related to the whole, like, Tiberius killing a sleeping woman in the next session. Because they were, like, looking for Kit Bus, but Kit Bus wasn't, or Kit Bus's character, but then they weren't there, and they were related to Zara, but, like, it wasn't, like, quite, like, they knew Zara, or they were related. I can't quite remember. I think Kit Bus in her character is a good example of, like, a character that I think was acted and, like, performed well, but didn't, like, really mesh into the story in, like, in a substantial way. There's a kind of counter example with Patrick Rothfuss's I can't remember Patrick Rothfuss's character's name, but he is much more like when they first introduced Patrick Rothfuss. Carrick, thank you. Carrick is like really strange to me as a guest PC because he is like simultaneously when he is first introduced, I think he feels pretty irrelevant. But when he comes back, he feels a lot more sensical to me. Like he sort of evolved off screen into like kind of totally forgettable at first until at the very end, because I love him and Keyleth's conversation. And then Keyleth kind of has a little bit of correspondence with him off screen, and then he comes back and he's in this more kind of leadership role in Westrun, which I think was interesting. It was a cool way of watching some PC type characters take on greater responsibility within the world outside of the party. So it's like Garrick's this strange one where I think he felt more like a Kit Bus in his first instance of like well performed, had great moments, but not like a lot to really grab onto there. But then when he comes back, I think there's a lot more to grab onto. And I liked Carrick a lot more the second time around. Not to say I didn't like him the first time, but just I felt like he had more meat to him the second time. Yeah. Oh, I missed the last two live streams. There's a detail from the Pelor episode you didn't seem to notice or note. Pelor refers to Tharizdun as it, not he, she, or they. Okay. That is true. And I do remember that. I don't know why I didn't talk about it at the time. Probably because I was of a split opinion. Divine gender is complicated. And there is possibly some theory crafting area there about Tharizdun, about this being a sort of like Cosmere situation where you can have a power separated from a persona or from like a vessel. So the Raven Queen, when she takes on certain domains, those domains are like proper noun things separate from the Raven Queen, and that's how like portfolios can get like passed around, or parts of portfolios can get passed around, is that they are these like primordial concepts that are like a concrete construct separate from the personas that wield them. That would make sense to me. The reason I'm kind of hesitant on diving too into like a theory crafting portion on it is because I haven't gotten any indication that that's how it works otherwise. I can find connections. Don't believe you me, I can find connections. But I haven't gotten a lot of other things that have led me in that direction. I have only gotten things that could work with that direction. So like, for example, the Raven Queen only getting control over the transition point of death, right? They don't say that like a new god of death was elevated. It doesn't seem like one was. It seems like the like primordial portfolio concept or piece of death was not redistributed to anyone. Like Raven Queen got domain over the transition, and that's it. And then also like Winter and Fate and all that stuff. So it seems plausible to me that like during the Second War, during the Cataclysm, the Calamity, which is also a calamity, that they sealed away, they like killed the vessel And that was the previous death god, whose name was erased from the history books, which I still think could be Wagner. And then they sealed away the power that primordial, that they sealed away like the power of death. And that power of death is Thurisdan, which is why it's an it and not a he or she. That's all possible. I also do feel like I've heard Thurisdan referred to gendered, like he, she, they, by Brahm Goldenhand, but also, you know, which one are we going to believe, the god or the mortal? Pelor's probably got a more accurate representation of things. But also, sometimes people just talk about shit different. Like, Pelor might call Sarenrae it. Like, Pelor might not see gender. Who knows? I don't think that's the case. But it is... I'm asking about the double is? What? Is Reinhardt is? No! Shit. That's my... good catch. Thank you for telling me. But yeah, so I don't have like, there's something to that, but I need just like a little bit more to lead me in that direction. There's like, yeah, like I can construct a theory where it all makes sense, but I don't know how confident I would feel in that, like, being correct. I know it might not seem like it, but most of the time when I theorize, I go down routes that I think have a shot at being correct. This one feels, and this feels so crazy to say that this one feels unlikely compared to all the other shit I've thrown at the wall. But I feel like if this was a thing, it would have been more present within the story, but also maybe not. Maybe they just asked the wrong types of questions, and so it never came up. It's super possible. But anyways, he's like back to Carrick. He's like a flavor NPC that's acted by a human in his introduction episode. They gave him a low level on purpose to indicate he wasn't meant to fight. Yeah. Whereas he felt much more, I think, fleshed out later on. Yeah. What Matt told Ashley was that the gods created their own afterlives. I think so. Like the old death god controlled the singular afterlife, but then under the Raven Queen, that got split up. That is at least my current impression. I'm not sure how concretely that was stated, but some stuff in there was definitely stated. Yeah. Pelor is a burning ball in the sky. What is gender? I mean, yeah, kinda. Pretty sure the players only ever refer to Thurisdan as he. Yeah, and that because that's the weird thing. Like I said, divine gender is complicated because I think it's very intuitive, especially to us as a modern audience, of like a god is obviously like gender neutral. Like a god certainly wouldn't have like, you know, especially if we're coming from a more like Christian context where like God has, capital G God, has sort of been made more, you know, genderless as time has gone on. But in the ancient world, like divine gender was very much a thing. It like, you know, they had different concepts of gender in general, but it was still very much a thing. So it's this weird thing where like I can't assume that all of the gods are genderless, especially when they present as though they have a gender. But also, it would not be surprising to me in any way, shape, or form if they were all just its. And we just, ascribe our own ideas onto them. That would not, surprise me. So you were serious about the vampire sex dungeon? Look. I was serious about parts of Vampire Sex Dungeon. By the way, Meg, are you still watching C4? No. I'm like, not for any reason. Like, I didn't stop watching it because it's like not good. The problem is that like I'm honestly not that into just like watching actual plays. Like there's a reason that I've managed to get this far without really seeing any actual plays. It's like on my own time, I'm just not that into watching them. And I want to be so bad. And like, I want to watch it so that I can have opinions and takes, but it's so much to not make content out of directly. Like, it's just a lot. If I don't like enjoy it separately, it's just a lot. Which is tough. I really want to like it. And like, one of my goals is like a silly goal this year. One of my like silly goals, because I like to set out goals for myself. I like to set out themes for the year. And sometimes they're more serious or silly. And one of my silly goals this year is to try and like figure out how to like watching actual plays on my own time. Like how I have to engage with them, what amount of stimulation, is it like a second screen sort of thing? Should I just like strap in and just like focus on it? Should I, play a game on my phone? Should I draw? Should I color? What should I do while watching them? Because I've tried just like staring at the screen and it doesn't work. Like I might for like a really serious movie that I have to pay a lot of attention to. I've tried that style of watching them and it just doesn't work for me. So I need to, I want to try to figure out if there's a way, but they might just not be for me, which is crazy. Like it's crazy to make the series that I make and be like, I just don't know if actual plays are for me. But like, I don't love watching actual plays. I like talking about D&D, and actual plays give me a ton of material to talk about. So yeah, I don't know. Like every time I've tried to go and watch C4, I just end up watching One Piece instead. So I don't know. So that all that is to say, I wish I was still watching C4, but as of right now, I'm not. This is where the Horn of Orcus comes back around to pull it all back together. The second Horn of Orcus was the gender we identified along the way. Oh my god. So no Age of Umbra style coverage either. No, Age of Umbra was hard. Because, I was watching an actual playoff stream. Age of Umbra was one of the harder series that I have successfully completed. Even, Fantasy High, I dropped off on. Although that's partially because of the editing. Well, not partially. Largely because of the editing. So man, I don't know. I would love to report in like a month from now that I just like binged it all and I'm caught up. I would love to report that. I just don't know. I don't know. Is there a chance it's going to be a Cry season 4? Fucking maybe. Maybe. I am not holding anything as totally sacred for post C1 Megaphone Man content. The main thing that I am like kind of holding is like when I do C2, I'm gonna watch it on stream. Like that is like watching it on stream. I'm not going to, and I'm going to keep pausing to talk about stuff. Those are like the two like kind of fundamental things about C2. Beyond that, I'm not necessarily holding anything as sacred. So, and I'm not saying this is gonna happen, but like it is in theory possible that we could see something like C2 on Mondays, C4 on Fridays, or something like that. Again, super not saying that's what's going to happen, especially because my off YouTube work and job is so in flux. I'm not committing to anything for C2 other than that it will happen. And I'm especially not committing to any sort of scheduling. Because if I get a job that I, have to work 60 hours, then there's no way I can do two separate campaigns at once. So I'm also going to any like decisions that I consider, like when I get down to like, okay, I'm going to do like one of these 2 or 3 things, I will present them to the Discord and to stream, so people will have plenty of time to give their input on it. That's not to say I don't necessarily like want feedback. I'm just probably going to ignore feedback for now. Like you can give it, but it probably is just shouting into the void because there are so many factors that are currently outside of my control that will have far bigger impacts than audience opinion, unfortunately. So there's always possibles. There's always possibilities with C4. I'm not crossing anything out. Yeah. Anyways. I did start watching the Glass Cannon Network Shadow Dark play, and I'm enjoying it. That's cool. Neat. Anyways. Anywho. All right. Let's make something happen here. I already rewound, so we should be good to go. What is that? Modeling D&D spells with maths? Oh. Can we watch this instead, chat? How do we feel about watching this instead? I want to know. I want to look at Cloud Kill versus Fireball. Shit. Gorilla of Destiny is my favorite D&D channel that I've had absolutely no interaction with and would love to interact with them more. I sent them an email, but they never responded. But also, I think out of the like cold call emails that I have sent to other content creators that like have their email listed, I think 1 out of 10 has responded, as opposed to cold call DMs on Discord, which is like 8 out of 9 have responded. I think content creators just don't check their emails, which is fair. I don't either, at least until later. But I really like Gorilla of Destiny. I like their philosophy on making Magic grounded. I think they do a good job of not removing the fun and silly of it while still systematizing it in a way that adds more fun and sometimes more silliness. Anyways, ADHD go purr. Public content creators email are probably 99% scammy advertising pushes. Yeah, exactly. So I don't like blame him for not responding to my email. I just haven't cold call DM'd him yet because I had an idea for a thing I wanted to do with him. But then after I sent the email, I was like, maybe I should test that out separately beforehand. But anyways, heavy recommend. He's my favorite D&D channel. I don't know if I've ever said this. He's my favorite D&D like content creator channel. It's just like it's the type of D&D content that I personally consume. That's not to say there's anything, wrong with any other D&D content creator. But like it's just he makes the type of D&D content that I like to watch. Anyways,
long white beard and a bit of a distant look in his eyes. And he looks at you and says, "Are you real?"
I think so.
"You're real." "Prove it. Say that you're real to my invisible frog companion."
I will step forward and say, "Hello there. I'm real."
"Yes, you're real. There's no invisible frog companion. The voices in my head would not have spoken to that. They know a little bit better than that. But that doesn't matter. I haven't had people here in over 35 years. But you're here, and you're real. Go away." Demetri, show them out.
Demetri.
You watch as two tiny red claws curl around the corner as these tiny impish wings kind of unfurl, and you watch as a tiny imp releases from the edge of the door frame.
Oh my gosh.
"Get out!" and slams the door.
And show yourself out, Demetri. I don't need you here. 19 years of you is more than enough.
You hear muffling argument through the doors. The voice goes,
dude, even like the physical acting, him putting away his waving finger.
19 years of you is more than enough.
you hear muffling.
How delightful. What a delightful little piece of nonverbal acting of him wagging his finger and then his other hand coming up and snatching it away. Oh, man. Like, I did really like John Heder as Chod, but I don't know that I've ever seen someone act frantic so fucking well, dude. Like I've never seen like how do I say it? I am often impressed by the cast's voice acting ability. I'm especially often impressed by Matt's onomatopoeias. I think they have great character work, great acting, great voices. I don't know that I've ever seen such a bottled, encapsulated, like I've never been hit with this feeling of just like raw talent, man. And I don't want that to come off as like disparaging to the others on screen. But man, he has a fucking X factor to him that I cannot even like put into words. He's just, he's wearing it. Why is he wearing a suit? Why? Just his entire everything is almost indescribable to me. Well, that I can see both of Ross's message, but Mega's on-screen skipped one. I have no idea why it skips them sometimes. I wish it didn't, but this is the best way to put chat on screen that I've ever found, even though it skips like 1 in 100 messages. I could never swing as hard as Darren is swinging right now. I couldn't right now. I could have when I was younger. Speaking of one of my goals for this year, I'm trying to capture some of my youthful outgoingness. Because I have a pretty like solid base layer of confidence at this point. But when I was younger, that used to like result in taking bigger swings more often. And now I don't really take a lot of swings, which kind of sucks. I want to get back to like, just like trying shit. Socially, content-wise, career-wise, I don't know. And like this is I there was a time in my life where I could have swung this hard. Not with this much talent, I'll tell you that. Or this much skill, we might say. But I would have swung this hard and just not landed it as well. And I want to get back to that. Because damn is it. It's so good. It's so good. Really missed the mark with this guy, yeah? I recommend looking at the explanations of the other players as they watch Darren act. Darren's style is suits, so this is his casual wear. Ah, he's Barney Stinson. I see. Okay.
Argument through the doors. The voice goes, I'll stay where you please. You gave me permission to stay.
I mean, it's a good-looking suit. Like, don't get me wrong. He's pulling it off.
Anyone's going to leave, you're going to leave.
I think you should go to Craghammer and become a circus performer with a little tin cup and a little hat and say, oh dear, I'm Demetri, the magical imp. That's where you belong, I tell you.
You on a daily basis, you son of a...
Go, language imp.
The door creaks open once more.
Sorry. The door creeps open again. I'm sorry as well. For him, he's awful. I stick my foot in. No!
I'm really very sorry to bother you, although I'm delighted to make your acquaintance. I'm having a very hard time not just smiling like an idiot. Could we trouble you just for a few moments? We mean no harm at all. We do need to talk to you. We've come a very long way. As farts. That's got to count for something.
We could give you some interesting conversation. 35 years is a very long time.
We've done a lot, we've seen a lot, we could tell you all about it.
I play an old traditional gnome song to try to sort of just kind of soften him a bit.
Make a performance check.
Yeah, what is an old gnome song?
I don't know. 24.
It's been a long time since you've heard music, let alone one that kind of scratches an old memory of childhood.
You can play more or less, whatever strikes your fancy, to be fair.
You see the imp in the back going, oh, stop that racket!
You don't even appreciate music. What would an imp song sound like? You can't say one, can you? Because you don't have music where you're from.
I can, but it'll cause your ears to bleed. It sounds like this.
Demetri, I find that very entertaining.
You're such a liar!
This is what I mean about the chemistry, bro. This like, you don't have music where you're from. Matt immediately going, I do have music, but you would hate it. It would make your ears bleed. And then him saying, I do actually like it. And then him saying, you're a liar. It's like, it's the best. It's one of the best examples I can think of in recent memory of no and. They are just saying no, 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 which is like, you know, if you go by the traditional improving, you know, level 1 recommendations is not what you should be doing. You should be saying yes and. But that is, you know, beginner advice, frankly. And this is one of the best series. Like it's like a ping pong match of no and back and forth. Incredible. Incredible. I
don't have music where you're from.
I can, but it'll cause your ears to bleed. It sounds like this.
Demetri, I find that very entertaining.
You're such a liar.
You know me.
The imp just vanishes before.
And I think it is specifically that and part of the no and. They're not actually saying no, they are just saying you are wrong, and here is an additional thing. I can, but it'll cause your ears to bleed. Versus yes and versus no but. It is a no but. I mean, yeah, you can literally see it right now. I can is basically no, and then but it'll cause your ears to bleed. It sounds like this.
Bleed, it sounds like this.
And then his response to it'll cause your ears to bleed is basically no. And I find it very entertaining. It's a no but to a no and.
Demetri, I find that very entertaining.
Yes.
And then back to a no and. No, you don't find that entertaining. And you're a liar because you said so. Oh man, it's everything is moving the scene forward, even though the like literal actions that are happening within like the classical, advice sphere you would think would cause the scene to stall, but I've never seen a dynamic between anyone at the table and Matt like this. It's great. Not to say it should be the only dynamic. They have plenty of great dynamics with Matt, but especially on the guest PC route. Like, the dynamic here is just...
Such a liar! The imp just vanishes before you.
And then him also just saying, yeah, you know me too well. Like him just saying, oh yeah, you're right, I was lying.
Don't worry about
Oh,
It's a
man.
little bit testy.
Ooh! Actually, fucking, not actually, but fantastic point, negative review. None of the no's are true no's. They're all opinion-based. They are not refusing facts of the scene. It's not saying, like, I pull out a gun and saying, no, you don't. You're actually holding a water pistol. Right? That's refusing a fact of the scene. You're totally right. All of these are opinion-based. It is the opinion of what music is, what the music will do to them, how they feel about the music. You're totally right. You're totally right. Yeah. It's the absolute zero hesitation before chiming in and interrupting the scene partner with more BS, which is like, that's like the chemistry and the dynamic there. And it is where you have to take like big swings, have confidence, have a rapport. Like, you can take bigger swings when you know that you have a bit of a rapport with this person. Yeah. I wonder if Matt and Darren have this from working on Overwatch together or something else. I don't know, man. It's like Overwatch is kind of a disconnected game, no? It's like, it's all just like voice lines. And I know that they do have scenes, so like it wouldn't surprise me if like Cassidy and Reinhardt were in like a lore scene together, and so maybe they were in the room for like one recording. But it feels like they must have something else. Or they're just fucking fantastic. I don't know. Man. Dropout posted a short recently where Brennan and Vic talk about this. It's very interesting. That makes sense to me. Because Vic Michaelis is, in my head, one of the better no-anders that I am, like, aware of. I think she's really good at it. So that makes total sense to me. I'd be interested in watching that. Anyways.
Well, so,
May we speak? May we have a moment of your time?
you can come in if you like. Be careful, there's illusions and thingamahoppers.
We have a, sorry, that's infectious. We have a really big guy. Are you all right with him coming in? Grog, are you all right with coming in?
How the fuck do I get in that damn door?
Have you not crawled on all fours before?
You should try it if you haven't. It's quite delightful.
Are you lying?
No, for once.
Can I do
No,
an
I'm
inside
not.
check on Percy?
Sure.
It's all the rage.
I have never actually been quite so honest in my entire life. I think you'll find it very therapeutic. I'm not
Crawling on
kidding.
all fours.
How does it feel?
I'm waiting for it to kick in.
Crawler, you forward, back a
little
bit,
more time.
Yeah, you
stretch,
have to give it a chance before you feel the
downward
eye.
dog, stretch.
You watch as this large, gray-skinned mountain of a man just kind of crawls his way in, and you could
Duck walk through.
you could duck walk through if you really wanted to. It's like, this is worse than Gandalf in Baghdad.
I feel you.
You're
committed.
like,
I'm putting the vote there.
yeah, it's
All fours then.
all fours.
you.
It is probably that's probably the most comfortable means of transport
Right.
through the house. But you walk in, and immediately, you watch as your new gnomish friend is going around and quickly disabling small things, like putting small keys and tying off strings and wires you saw that were set up around portions of the room.
I am going to try and map this in my head, the crazy stuff I'm seeing right
You
now.
also, this place is, it's like a hoarder's den. You see just shelves and shelves of books and papers and scrolls and stacks of them. And you see on bits of furniture and chairs just more stacks of books and sacks and satchels and quills and inkwells, some spilt and left and dried long ago. This place is very lived in, very chaotic, and very unique.
first thing I'd do is we come to scan the room or rooms for more Macaulay Culkin shenanigans.
Make an investigation check.
Yeah.
McCulkins. I think we can just call them McCulkins now.
Yeah, but
Yeah, like
you don't know
MacGyver's.
that he's going to disable them all.
No.
No. Zub. That is a 21. Yeah.
Okay. You do see there's one portion of the floor that he keeps avoiding, just instinctually. That catches your attention. You're like, why does he keep walking around that?
What's your name, friend?
Oh, well, that was taken from me a very long time ago. I only have what they call me. You know, names are an odd thing, aren't they? Sometimes a name can stick to you like blood on a knife or your fingers on a wallet that might not be your property. And then who?
This dude's OG Pipe Mander. I will not accept another explanation. This is OG. Are you joking me, dude? He fucking... it was taken from me. I only have what they call... Aims are odd things. Sometimes a name can stick to you like blood on a knife or fingers on a wallet. This dude's OG, man. I'm writing it down now. Never mind. This dude is absolutely OG. I'm not even gonna theorize that he's a descendant. This dude's OG. Literally. If he is not, damn, are they baiting me into thinking he is? That's crazy.
Who you were is not who you are, and yet here we are.
That oddly
What do they-
made way too
That made a
much
lot of sense.
sense.
What should we call
for me
him?
What do they
right now.
call you?
Oh, they called me Sprig. There's more.
Sprig?
They called me Sprig, the obnoxious.
Sprig the Obnoxious.
Yes, it's not my given name. It was a name that was given to me when it was given to me.
Did you used to be obnoxious? Because I'm not picking that up.
No,
off
it's
of you.
finding it rather charming.
No, no.
We're rarely who we used to be.
Could we shorten it to Sprig?
Is there mercury in those pools that were like?
Who? Is that a friend of yours?
Oh no.
I sometimes will talk to the fourth wall. It's a thing.
Well, it's a domicile. There has to be 4 walls. If there weren't, it would be a yurt. I don't live in a yurt, dear boy.
We
with
just
your fancy.
stayed in a yurt. We did.
I sometimes live in a yurt. They're quite nice.
I have nothing against yurts.
It's okay. I'll
Like
defend
a
it.
stick that you would put in a yurt so it would fall over. I would want it to fall over, therefore I would have nothing against yurts. Demetri!
That's good. That's
imp
tense humor.
appears across the room and just goes, "Good one. That was very. I am so sorry."
Pike,
Thank you, Demetri.
do you think maybe a greater restoration is in order?
Pike goes, why?
No reason.
I'm sorry, Pike's there? Like, it makes sense, I guess. Like, yeah. Yeah, I guess it makes sense that Pike is there. Where would they have left her? Like, where would she have gone, I guess? But damn. I totally forgot. General reminder of Curse You Blind Spot? Absolutely. Damn.
I think you can restore 35 years of loneliness.
Could I just touch your hand for a second? Is that okay?
Why?
Just to see if we can help your day.
Do you not think that I'm real?
Probably not.
I assure you, I'm real. I'm here. My companions are long gone. They were like you, and you, and you, and I'm all that is left. You are.
What happened?
You had
are looking
companions.
into a mirror of your future.
I'm going to look like you, or you're going to look like me?
No, I know what he means. Who are your companions?
Oh. Memories. They're all memories now. I don't even remember their names. I remember some of them, but we were heroes, and now I am here. Oh.
Oh, no.
Were there no other gnome folk in your party?
No. There was one. There was one like you. There was a big one, a mighty one. There was one like you. Brave and kind.
That's like me. That's exactly like me.
There was one like you. Smart, yet sad. And you as well.
Oh, no.
And I was you.
Pike goes, please. And she grabs your hand
so
and
sad.
concentrates for a second. You watch the holy symbol flares for a moment, and the warmth passes through her arms into your hand, and it feels nice. It's like holding a freshly heated cup of tea. And as the spell completes and she pulls back, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Very kind of you. Don't ever do that again.
Right. Okay. That's okay.
Indeed.
Your companions, not to bring up sad times, how long ago did they go away, perish?
37 years.
And how was it in a fight or a,
Oh, yes.
against a powerful entity?
Against ignorance. Against bravery that should never have been. And that's why I'm here, and they're not, because I ran, you see. I'm your future. You'll all be gone. You, and you, and you, and you, and you.
While listening to all
And you'll be left.
While listening to all that, Vax slid his hand into.
Okay. Oh. I'm hot. I'm going to take off my sweatshirt for a second. I got to digest that. Okay, you know, when he brought up Craghammer before, I was like, "Oh, this dude's a real one. He watches, clearly." Hot damn, am I even more confident that this dude watches the show. Holy shit. He made an alternate Scanlan that never returned to the party? This is... Man. It's so... That's awesome. My thoughts are all over the place. That's awesome. I am so... Wow. I'm having trouble processing. This... It's so much better for it to be a guest PC. I cannot think so far. And I think that Chod, one of the reasons that Chod or Lionel, is so high up in my estimations is because he's the one that's gotten the closest to feeling like this for me. Where I feel like it would have been tough to have an NPC Lionel. Like, I feel like Lionel's role in the story was better served by him being a guest PC rather than an NPC. I haven't felt like that with a lot of guest PCs, just frankly. This one is immensely, like... I don't think that Lionel would have been as good if he were played by Matt, if he were an NPC. I think that, like, you know, it would have been maybe worse in quality, but still could have pulled off the role just fine. This is... I don't think you can do this if it's not a guest PC. Because if it's an NPC, at least I'm almost positive he's pointing at Scanlan. Almost positive. I mean, he's talking about, like, he ran away from his party and now his party's all dead and that he says, I'm your future. Like, he's referring to Scanlan's plot, if I'm not mistaken. I guess I could be. And I feel like if you have an NPC do this, it runs the risk of either feeling like something that is either to be ignored, it's like the unapplicable ramblings of an old man, or it is the GM explaining what would have happened. Like, I think if it's an NPC that is saying this stuff to Scanlan, it feels either too objective or not objective at all. Whereas this, having it be Darren, having it being a guest PC, maintains this level, I think, of like weighted opinion. I don't know how else to describe it. Where like I can very viably see Sam either agreeing or disagreeing with this and it playing out just fine. Like I can see Scanlan saying, my situation and your situation were different. I didn't just run from my party. I didn't run from danger. I ran to my daughter. I ran to Kaylee to be a better father. I did not just run away out of fear of the adventuring lifestyle. It's a fundamentally different thing that we did. Get away from me, you old man. Or stop comparing us, right? I think that would be like a valid opinion for Scanlan to have. I could also see Scanlan saying, holy shit, I have abdicated responsibility. I do have a responsibility to Kaylee, but I also have a responsibility to the world in like my party. I have power, and it is irresponsible of me to not exercise it. I should not be a 15th level rogue arcane trickster holed up in a cabin in the woods. I am wasting power and influence that I could wield to make the world better for myself, my friends, my family, my daughter. Right? I can, and you're hitting it on the nail on the head, I think, Ivo. He attributed his companion's death to a way of life rather than an encounter with a worthy foe. If it was an enemy, it was just a consequence of a bigger picture. He's wise. I think this is supposed to directly hit at Scanlan, because Scanlan was revived. They beat Raishan, and Scanlan pulled away from adventuring as a way of life. And I truly think that Scanlan could respond to this in any way. And I don't think that would be the case if this was an NPC. If this was an NPC, I think it would be a lot more complicated in how you respond to it. I think that PCs feel like they can have opinions about things more than NPCs do. I ran into this in a recent session where I had like an unreliable narrator PC, and he was giving his opinions about how he thought that some magical thing worked. And in talking to my players afterward, they all took that as like gospel. They were like, yeah, the way that he explained it is how it must work because he's knowledgeable. And even though he said it's his opinion, like, you know, who else are we going to talk to that's going to have a differing opinion, right? I think that's like a big point here, is that when an NPC gives their opinion, it is taken as gospel until there is a reason to doubt it, right? Or there's contradictory evidence, which is sometimes difficult, especially if you're doing a like complicated commentary on someone's arc, right? Whereas a guest player and a guest PC can just have opinions. They can just have opinions about things, right? Like we all expect the different players and the different PCs in our party to have opinions about things that aren't necessarily correct. And I think that is such a massive boon to that interaction between Sprig and Scanlan. Like having it built in that this is the like opinion of a sad old man, right? A sad old lonely man who's been alone for 37 years, right? That is a fundamentally different situation than Scanlan. So now it is up to Sam and Sam Regal if he latches on to the ways that it is different or he latches on to the ways that it's the same. Impeccable. great choice on Darren's part to not make it identical because he could have. Yeah. Wow. I cannot. Yeah. I can't think of another guest NPC or guest PC, sorry, that I have thought was like to include that character in the story, they had to be a guest PC. You could not have done it if it was an NPC. I think this is maybe the first time I've ever thought that in this entire series. Where like I don't think Sprig could be an NPC and say the things that he's saying right now. I think it would go poorly. Wow. Wow. Holy shit. I've never thought about this shit before. This is crazy. What's a pipe mander? It might be pipe mender. Might be with an E. Did I say pipe mander? It might be pipe mender. I seem to remember it's pipe something. Pipe mender something. Either mander or mender. It's OG's last name. Before the Trickfoot line changed their name to Trickfoot at some point. Yeah. I wonder if Darren DePaul is thinking about an actual D&D group he was with. I mean, it's possible. It seems too directly apportioned to Scanlan for me to not think that it was crafted, at least largely with Scanlan in mind. But, I mean, you know, he could be accessing that for emotions. Absolutely. And there might be some, like, equivalent there. Yeah. NPCs can have opinions only if you are very careful to always have an NPC who disagrees. Yeah. Or you're okay with the PCs believing that opinion until they get further evidence. Yeah. Yeah, there's a slight meta factor when it's one of the co-authors as opposed to the main author in the form of the DM. Yeah, I've never thought about that before. I've never thought about that as an advantage of having it be a guest PC. Of like an advantage of guest PCs within the narrative. Is that they take on, like, I've identified it kind of the other side of the coin as a downside, that your players are immediately going to be trusting of a guest PC. Like, a guest PC enters the story and the players are immediately going to trust them more than they would trust an average NPC. They're going to assume that this guest PC is not here to fight them. They're not being aggressive, what have you. This is sort of the other side of that coin with, like, they will trust, but they might not necessarily agree with everything that guest PC has to say. And they will be more willing to disagree with a guest PC than they might be with a otherwise trustworthy NPC. Yeah. That's crazy. Do you have a thought on my time traveler comment? Time traveler. Wait, I do remember my interpretation of Marisha Laura's reaction is that they think Sprig is Scanlan, time traveled back in time. I mean, I don't think that's what's going on. If you start working in like that type of time travel, ooh boy, that can be that's a step to take within your world. That I don't know if I want to open that can of worms on how I feel about it. Now that said, you know, they might think that. I could totally see them thinking that. Yeah, I could totally see them thinking that. There's enough weird shit in Exandria that, like, it wouldn't be out of the realm of possibility in my head for Matt to do that. So I could see them thinking that, yeah. Just what the players think, not saying is reasonable. Yeah. I could see the players thinking it. It's not the craziest thing to think that Matt would do that. I really hope he's not. Yeah. Pipe Moonder. My mentor. Oh, yeah. Huh.
Tequila, let's just quietly listen to the whole thing.
Oh, well, perhaps we should talk of other things, should we?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, we want this to be a positive visit for you, so is there anything that we can tell you from the world outside that you might be curious about?
World outside? Who needs the world outside? I have everything here, and what I need, dear boy, I have taken from Craghammer, all these books, those are mine. They should have been mine to begin with, and I took them, and now they are mine.
I'm going to peruse some of these titles quietly.
The books, you mean?
Yes. Well, you'd like to look at the books, would you?
I find it's the easiest way to learn quite a bit about a person.
Oh, you're very welcome to look at anything you like. What will you give me, dear boy? I require something. And yet, what do I need living here? Not much. Intelligence? No. Secrets? No. Love? No. Sadness? Bravery? Power? What do you have that you would give me?
I'll reach in the bag of holding. I'll take out Percy's glasses. Would you care for a pair of these spectacles?
I seek power, dear boy.
Oh.
Not silliness. If I wanted silliness, I would talk to a sun tree. No one ever should talk to a sun tree. They should only listen to a sun tree. And so I shall say...
What? I unplugged my headphones. Has anyone ever talked to us, to a sun tree? Knows it's a sun tree, not the sun tree. Sprig. No one should ever talk to a sun tree. They should listen. That also, that sounds like a fucking clue to me. Yeah, I do think this answers, I have no questions anymore. My questions are all put to rest. But also, like, how much of it is relevant? How much of it is relevant? If he... Thirty-seven years ago. Hasn't seen anyone in 35 years. They perished 37 years ago. 35 years. 37 years ago. 35 years. Three. 35 years ago. 37 years ago. Is there... There's been literally no symbolic numerology in Critical Role yet. There have been no divine numbers. There has been no cipher math. There has been none of that. So but he remembers all their names, but he doesn't know but he does know how long it's been. But he saw people after his companions left. The companions were 37 years ago. He hasn't seen anyone in 35. He saw someone after his companions left. What was the deal with OG again? I didn't copy any of that. Fuck. I didn't copy any of that. Why was OG was jealous of his brother's wife or his store? It's all very domestic. It's all very Cain and Abel. I mean, that story could just be straight up wrong. It could have way more to do with he left the party and his party caused whatever befell Wittebach. And let's imagine that it's not 37 or 35 years ago, but 370 or 350 years ago. This puts it on a timeline where, especially if he has some sort of artifact that slows his aging. But I also think that gnomes can just naturally live that long. Gnome lifespan 5e. I already looked it up. Gnomes are a long-lived race, typically living between 350 and almost 500 years. So this could have been when he was a young whippersnapper, and he is misidentifying the passage of years. He's not counting them correctly. He's counting 1 in every 10. And then that puts it to, further back in a gnomish time sense so that he can be OG, in theory at least. And it puts us closer. And we don't know when Ioun made the key, is the thing. We don't know when she did that. We know that she got wounded in the battle with the Risden. She got wounded in the Battle of Dresden, which was during the Calamity, but it was almost certainly pre-Divergence, because the battle was in Whitestone. So it almost has to be pre-Divergence, which means that Ioun was wounded at least 812 years ago. But that doesn't mean that she made the key 812 years ago. That just means she was wounded. And OG is an arcane trickster, not a thief. Sorry, I shouldn't say OG. Sprig. Sprig is an arcane trickster, which I believe lets him learn spells from other people's spell classes, no? Or from other classes. Am I crazy on that? Arcane Trickster 5e. It's been a while since I looked at this subclass. What is their big thing? It's Mage Hand, obviously. It's Invisible Mage Hand. That's the big thing. But they have Mage Hand Ledgermate, I should say. Spell Ambush, sure. Versatile Trickster, sure. Spell Thief. Immediately after a creature casts a spell that targets you or includes you in its area of effect, you can use your reaction to force the creature to make a saving throw. On a failed save, you negate the spell's effect against you, and you steal the knowledge for the spell if it is at least first level and of a level you can cast. It doesn't need to be a wizard spell, but it has to be of a level you can cast, which means that it can only be up to 4th level. So we can't, unless we act a little bit generous, he couldn't have stolen like a wish. I was wondering if he stole a wish, but it doesn't seem so. Oh, man. Man, I don't know. It feels like all of this could just be basically fan service. He could be like, hey, I watched the show. Let me name a couple of proper nouns from the show. Suntree. My story's like yours, Scanlan. Like, what are we gonna get next? I used to go to the brothels all the time for grog. Like, it could just be a series of I watched the show. But man, oh man, in fiction, if I'm taking him serious, which I am, he's talked to a sun tree, or he at least knows about talking to sun trees. No one should ever talk to a sun tree. The person is the key. The person is the key? Sun tree. I don't know. This is a weird sub-theory, but what if sun trees are the ancient souls of former champions of Pelor? That could be kind of fun. Anyways, man, I don't know. I don't know. There's so... Sprig is clearly an unreliable narrator, and that allows Megan to go crazy with theory. It's like... I'm now running into... I love everything that's going on here. I am only running into an issue in that I don't know if I'm supposed to take all of this seriously in fiction, a la our classic Scanlan problem. I'm assuming that I am. But I do have it wriggling around in the back of my head that maybe I shouldn't be, but I don't know. It's a double hit on Scanlan and Keyleth at the same time. Scanlan for leaving, Keyleth for knowledge that she will be the only one left. It's awesome. Man. Okay, more.
Again, if you would like to peruse my book and perhaps find what you are looking for, what will you give me that would bring power and redemption into my life?
You have, Grog.
Give him some ale.
That's not fucking power.
You don't know.
I have,
But it's been a while since he said some of that.
It seems you have powerful items.
I do. Yeah. I have, these bracers of defense.
Ah, but that is strength. I require power.
Shit. Fuck.
Well, I reach into my bag and start cleaning a small green shard of residuum. And polishing it.
Demetri, if you excuse me for just while you look, talk to my imp, if you'll pardon us. A word, Demetri.
Just one moment. What?
The big one worries me. I think we should have a code in case we have to jump him.
What code would you wish?
Help.
Goliath grab. Okay. But we need to remember that. We need to remember that.
Goliath
We
grab.
need some
Good
sort
luck.
of mnemonic device to remember Goliath grab. G. Goodness gracious, grab that Goliath. O.
Oh.
This is a long mnemonic.
I feel this mnemonic is...
Okay. We need some sort of new Goliath grab, goodness gracious grab.
Goodness gracious, grab that Goliath. O.
I'm sorry, their mnemonic device is going to be G-O, as in O-G.
Oh.
This is a long mnemonic.
I feel this mnemonic is actually...
I'll tell you what.
Yes.
I've got your back.
I don't feel that at all. You're right in front of me. How could you have my back? I got you. Go away. So, what do you have for me? You've had ample time to look in your bag of holding to produce something very...
Powerful.
Yes.
Well, I do have one thing that seems to be pretty powerful.
What is it?
Oh, don't do it. Don't do it.
I'll pull out of the bag of holding a small leather case.
Oh,
And I'll open
my
a flap.
God.
Give him
I
a
don't know
card.
if you
Give
have
him
any
a
interest in
card.
this, but my experience with these items has been very extreme.
Also, one of the ultimate things to use a guest player for. Oh my god, of course have him grab a card. That's perfect. I couldn't think of a more perfect thing to do right now.
Would you care to take a card?
Would you care to give them to me?
All or just one?
Well, no, you could pick a card.
One. Don't be greedy, OG.
Make an Arcana check.
Oh, no.
Roll D20
Oh.
and add your Arcana skill modifier to it.
Oh. You are a madman.
It's a guest PC, Taliesin. If he dies, what's the harm?
It is.
15.
Get it out of
You don't recognize what he's holding in his hands, but you immediately see the leather casing around it, in just your essence being able to read certain elements of it does appear to be a powerful enchantment, whatever he has procured from the bag.
Indeed. Perhaps one card for one book.
Oh, God.
Yeah, sure. I mean, Percy, do you have a book that, out of all of these that you want to read?
What are you looking for? What do you seek? What knowledge? You see, I've got it all
We
here.
seek
We seek a key.
to find a very ancient goddess.
Oh, don't say
dire
Ioun.
straits.
Don't say
Yes,
Ioun.
we are searching for Ioun.
You just did.
Is there
You said
another
Ioun.
name that you would like us to use, like a nickname instead of Ioun?
She who will not be named.
Broken goddess. I know more than Ioun, please.
Dude. Bro. Dude. No, that doesn't make sense. Shit. Oh, I thought I had a great prediction. Damn it. Do I not? I don't think I do. Shit. I thought I had something there for a second about, like... Because people have warned me about Legend of Vox Machina spoilers. About, like, Legend of Vox Machina, like, spoiling things for later. And I just had the thought that Sprig's character, if he is OG, and if he is around in Calamity, which would be an amazing pull to bring back Darren to play OG before he's crazy, back during the Calamity when everything happens. I mean, fuck, maybe he's one of the players. I don't know. But either way, during Legend of Vox Machina, it's an easy point for a flashback. At this point, Matt, maybe he has it in his head or he has it written, but it hasn't played out yet. Legend of Vox Machina came after Calamity, so you'd be able to see how Darren acted out OG back then and work it into Legend of Vox Machina, which, as a flashback, like, I can easily see when they are talking about OG with Pike's family, like when they're talking about the blood curse, although I don't know if Legend of Vox Machina has gotten there yet. I don't know. Oh, I don't know. But man, I thought Calamity came out after season 1. I don't think so. Calamity has been out for like the entire time that I've known about Critical Role, I think. And I think Legend, like, I remember Legend of Vox Machina coming out. I could be wrong, though, honestly. I don't know. Either way, it's not that much... How do I say it? It's not that solid of a theory. Because I don't remember... I try to, like, wipe out the things that are spoilers, or that, my awareness of spoilers. I try to wipe it out as soon as I learn it, while just remembering, oh, there are spoiler concerns in Legend of Vox Machina. Like, that's all I try to have stick in my brain. So I can't actually remember if it was like Tlovum spoils C2 or C3 or part of C1. Like, I don't recall what people said the spoiler concerns were, because I actively try to, like, scrub them from my brain. And just remember, like, okay, I need to check when I'm watching this show. But man, I think this dude, all he needs is to double his lifespan. That's so doable. That's so doable. If he's like an ancient fucking trickster who, in his words, knows more than Ioun, it's so doable to double your lifespan. And that puts him, and if we just do that, if he just doubles it, he's easily back in Calamity days. Easily. Like, by a margin. So he has to be, man. Calamity aired between season 2 and 3 of Tlovum? Really? Wow. Calamity came out in May of 2022. Lovum came out in January of 2022. Wow. I thought Calamity was much older than it is. I would have assumed, I mean, when did this come out? This came out in 2017. I would have assumed Calamity came out in like 2020. That's crazy. I didn't know that. Huh. Okay. Anyways, I gotta get back into this. Because that's not even like the type of theory that I like to do. I don't like to do like meta theories. But I also try not to ignore them when I have them and like present them so that you know how my mind might be shaping or biased here. But any bias that exists is just leading me more and more towards Sprig was around for the Calamity.
Is there another name that you would like us to use, like a nickname instead of Ioun?
She who will not be named.
Do you want to know if Sprig's in Calamity or not? Oh, definitely not. No. Definitely not.
Oh, gods, what do they know? We know more than they, for we exist. We live. We adventure. They merely observe. Am I right?
You have a point. I mean, they don't do much for us in the day-to-day.
Are you saying you know more than Ioun?
Well, of course I know more than Ioun.
Can you prove that you know more than Ioun?
Yes.
So if I ask you a question that is almost impossible to answer, you could answer it before Ioun could answer it.
Could Ioun create a rock so heavy that even she couldn't lift
it? Oh, please. I'm far too clever to ask such a simple question. That's easy. I would have to ask something that was very difficult to answer.
I will give you your answer if you give me a card.
You know, I was just saying what a good idea I thought it was, but I thought you were talking about the entire deck, Grog. I think the entire deck is a fairer thing than have him pull a card. Because that seems unpredictable to me.
Yeah, that sounds perfect to me.
We're in a
What?
small enclosed space together, Grog.
I'm sorry, squeeze me? He'll just... Do you think that Sprig will wait until you leave, Liam?
And I like this fellow.
Sprig, it is quite powerful, yes, but also maybe slightly dangerous.
A bit dangerous, to be fair.
I'm here alone. Well, there's...
Right.
Oh, yes. Go peddle your papers somewhere where they'd like papers peddled.
You're not alone.
Also, Sprig has... Sprig has an imp. Like... Okay, only say if you know. If you know for sure. Because I don't want, a potential future spoiler. Have they ever, has Critical Role ever lied in the... Oh shit, I can't go far enough back. Has Critical Role ever lied in like the character description card? For some reason, I feel like the answer is yes, but I can't remember what it was. But I feel like they have put false information in the card before. Okay, yes, I thought so. Up to today or up until where you are? Up until where I am. Oh, they did with Wikander in C4. That's true. That might be what I'm thinking of. Yeah, I watched Wikander. Okay. So I know that by C4, they're at least willing to do it. Okay. That's all I need. That's fine. It doesn't matter if they've done it yet. This could be the first time. Because that's absolutely what I was thinking of. I don't think I was thinking of something in C1. I was thinking of Wikander. Because... Someone said in chat, like, if he's even alive, this screams someone who's already dead that just doesn't know it yet. And I think part of you is correct. But I can't believe I didn't lock on to the Warlock possibility. The only thing I can think is that I read the card and it said he's a level 15 Arcane Trickster. But also, speaking of how he could have doubled his lifespan, this came Beings of this sort include Vecna, Lord of the Hand and the Eye, the dread I use. Huh. How interesting that one of the suggested warlock patrons for the Undying just so happens to be Vecna. That's so interesting that is the case. And I'm almost positive that one of the high level at level 10, beginning at 10th level, you can hold your breath indefinitely. You don't require food, water, or sleep, although you still require rest to reduce exhaustion. In addition, you age at a slower rate. For every 10 years that pass, your body ages only 1, and you are immune to being magically aged. It's like... And this came out in Sword Coast, I think? I mean, the Undying is a famously bad subclass. Like, it is famously not very good. But I think it's out at this point. Sword Coast Adventures Guide. It was released November of 2015. We're in 2018. It's been out for we're in 2017. It's been out for a hot second. I mean... And like, bro has a familiar that is one of the specifically warlock specialty familiars from Pact of the Chain. And now I'm just thinking through... invocations. I mean, Eyes of the Runekeeper. Easy. Eyes of the Runekeeper, if he has a bunch of texts in languages that he doesn't speak, you need a way to read those. Oh, man. When did we find out he expanded his lifespan? We didn't learn that, but he would have had to exist back in the Calamity days. Which I am, like, more and more thinking that he did. And if he got the Undying, if he was an Undying warlock, bing, bang, boom, easy peasy, life extended. I mean, he could be old as hell. He could be from early in the Age of Arcanum. If he's an Undying warlock. He could be from early on in the Age of Arcanum. Because, I mean, they said he's old right now. So that's assuming that he's over 350. If he got his warlock pact, I mean, it would depend on how old he was when he made the pact and when he got up to level 10. Wait, I need a list of invocations really quick. I need a real fast... Because it's obviously Pact of the Chain, if he is a warlock. Because here's the thing. Either he's an arcane trickster, and he somehow bound an imp to his service via a magic item, and somehow extended his life via a magic item. Those are both possibilities. But if that were the case, I would think he would be a thief. Because thieves, at high level, get the ability to use magic items without any sort of race or class distinctions or restrictions. So if it was purely magic item focused, it would have made more sense to make him a thief rather than an arcane trickster. But arcane trickster is good if you want an excuse for how he's casting magic. And this could even be a knowledge check for the fucking players of if they ask him about the imp, he says he found it through, or he got it through Find Familiar. This is now a knowledge check on them to know whether or not, or know the fact that Find Familiar cannot normally summon an imp. That is not normally a general form that a general familiar can take. Imp is specifically a Pact of the Chain form. Now, Matt has been flexible in the past when it comes to subclasses. Obviously, fucking Chod was a Path of the Duck. So it's possible that he is an arcane trickster. He learned Find Familiar via the wizard class and via arcane trickster, and then Matt just let him summon an imp with it. Like he just made an exception. That's possible. But it requires so much more explanation than Critical Role is lying on this stat card, a thing that I know they've done later on in C4. Like, I know that is a thing that they are at least willing to do in the future. And if they are just doing that thing, not only does it explain how he got the imp, not only does it explain how his lifespan has been extended, which I do believe it is, it also directly ties into the story. If he's an undying warlock, like whatever his patron is, whoever his patron is, has to be death related, which would directly link him into like the course of events that we're seeing here. I could also easily see, it would also make sense for a blood curse to pass down through his lineage if he had this undying pact at the time when he had a kid. That could easily spawn a fucking curse in the D&D world. Are you kidding me? That sort of shit can make a tiefling. And it could be I can easily see how he could have become a key. He could have been in the same adventuring party as the Raven Queen, even. Although I don't know that makes total sense. But I'm imagining he binds himself to Vecna, the previous god of death. He's a warlock, something that we know Raven Queen did in the past. He doesn't ascend like her. He runs away. He might not even know that his former party member is the ascended personality of the Raven Queen. But if he's part of this group that worships the previous god of death, Vecna, like the Raven Queen, it makes total sense for him to be a little bit more, not pejorative. What's the word? For him to be a little bit more dismissive of the gods. Clearly, the Raven Queen had to have an amount of hubris to ascend. Like, that feels like kind of a prerequisite to think the gods are such that I deserve to be one. That fits pretty well with how Sprig is talking about Ioun. Raven Queen and Ioun know each other pretty well. Clearly there's an interaction there. Sprig seems to have opinions about Ioun. Oh my god, and the names! The previous god of death's name was erased from the history books. I'm not saying Sprig is the previous god of death, but we don't know the Raven Queen's mortal persona. It seems to have been erased. We don't know her mortal persona. It's only Sad Queen. That's all I've got. Sprig doesn't know any of his party members' name. They're lost to time. He doesn't know his own name. If all of the previous followers of the god of death, if when his name was erased, if all of their names were also erased, that would directly track with us not knowing Sad Queen's identity, with us not knowing with Sprig not knowing his own identity.
And everyone else from that party, from those days, are gone. They all died when Raven Queen ascended. Raven Queen ascended. Maybe she used the other party members. That seems possible. I mean, fuck, Sprig might be evil. I just realized. Sprig might be like on Vecna's side. His regrets might center around allowing the Raven Queen to ascend. She might have killed the other members of the party. Well, or she didn't, and he just doesn't like that she ascended and helped the other gods and like took over. And that's like where his regret is based. Or she might have killed them, and he might regret not stopping her from killing the rest of the party, even if it meant her not ascending. Maybe he was the only one that could have stopped her, but he ran. And Wittabach might be the location of the Raven Queen's ascension? It seems strange to me, but also like something happened to the pools of Wittabach. Like, so yeah. Something happened there that made the surroundings what they are. I don't think we know exactly when it happened. We just know this Trickfoot legend, this Trickfoot family legend, but we have no idea how far back it goes. Wittabach was only 400 years ago. Do we know that? Do I know that? I don't know if I know that. Wittabach. Either way, even if it's not the source of the Raven Queen's ascension, that's more me just like pulling together extra strings. But the more firm, I think the Trickfoot legend was 400 years ago, one of the two. I mean, I don't trust any of the specifics beyond the generalities about the Trickfoot legend, because clearly the curse is not an actual curse. I believe at this point that there might be something going on with Pike's heritage and her blood and whatever. I don't think it's a curse. Or if it is a curse, I don't think it's a curse like her uncle put it. Like, I think he was wrong about most of the details. But even, like, I think this guy is OG Pipemander, him having beef with Ioun, if Ioun is indeed the one that cursed his lineage, like I think, that would make sense. But it could also make sense if he just is a warlock, and if the curse was sort of spawned from that, and he just did have beef with Ioun, and the legend morphed into it being an Arathis curse, and it being like a curse, not a thing that, you know, I mean, we know that OG took actions to cause the curse. It could easily be that the actions of transformed from being in a warlock pact to, you know, pissing off Arathis. Especially if that time was erased from the history books. We know that, like, an area of information about Vecna, a region of time, has been removed from the history books. And it seems like living memory. So, if you're the Trickfoots, you just have to make shit up. If you're the Trickfoots, shortly after what happened, and you know that something happened with your ancestors, then you're liable to just make shit up. Looked up, yeah, Ogden said over 4 centuries ago, so presumably less than 500 years. You know, that would be that, yeah. Is all this hinged on the words of a proven charlatans? It is almost the opposite. It is that I think the charlatans were correct about something being up with Trickfoot heritage. And I think they were wrong about almost every single detail. Especially if there's some aging trickery going on. Because think about how that would have evolved in the Trickfoot consciousness, right? If OG has a kid after he has already made the pact, so he looks far younger than he actually is, that could wildly skew the family's perception of how long ago things happened. Like, imagine if OG made this pact during the Age of Arcanum, when he's, maybe in his hundreds or 200s. He could easily still have a kid at 200 or 300, and that would have been in the modern era, right? He could have made the pact all the way back in the Age of Arcanum and then just didn't have a kid until post-divergence. Or he had a kid even earlier than that, but there was some aging fuckery, and so they didn't know how old he was. They didn't know how long ago things happened. I mean, if he had a kid only, 300 years ago? And at the time he looked 200? That kid's going to assume that all this OG stuff happened only 200 years ago. Or 100 years ago, at max. And that would he could be counting. I said that the 37 years and the 35 years, he could be off by an order of magnitude. That would make perfect sense if he was an Undying Warlock. He has only aged 35 years since he saw someone else. He has only aged 370 years since his party got wiped out. Now, that honestly, that wouldn't make exact sense because I'm assuming that his party got wiped out pre-divergence, so take that with a grain of salt, but I don't know. I just had the thought that really old elves may have been alive during the Calamity. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. The Calamity was not that long ago in D&D lifespan terms. Even for a gnome, even for a regular lived gnome, it was 2 generations ago. 2 relatively long-lived, relatively old generations ago. Pike and Scanlan, in terms of family knowledge transference, are really close to the Calamity. They're as close as I am to fucking World War II. Is how close they are to the Calamity in terms of knowing people that would have been there. Yeah. It's crazy. This is crazy, man. Source is trust me, bro, lol. Source is something's fucking up with Sprig. And I'm trying to figure out what that is. And I am calling it now. Sprig is not an arcane trickster. He is, in fact, an undying warlock. He might not even be undying. There might be an invocation I'm forgetting that gives you additional length of life. No, I don't think so. What else could he have possibly displayed during this? Well, he wouldn't need Aspect of the Moon. He wouldn't have any of that. He could have Devil's Sight, but we wouldn't know. He could have Eldritch Mind, but we wouldn't know. I also think Eldritch Mind is from 2024, so I don't think that would actually count. He could easily have Eldritch Sight. Eyes of the Runekeeper, easy. I'm thinking if there's anything else he has displayed during this that would map easily to a... I don't know what any of this is. Get all that out of there. All of that out of there. Undying Servitude, Voice of the Chainmaster, that could work. If we see him go into an ice block, it's over. Thief of Five Fates, Shroud of Shadow, was Xanathar's out at this point? I think it was. Rebuke, Mire the Mind, Minions of Mounting Hex, Lance of Lethargy, Improved Pact Weapon, Grasp of Adar, Gift of the Ever-Living Ones. Gift of the Ever-Living Ones. Yeah, that's possible. And I mean, again, he could have a whole bunch of other things, but Eyes of the Runekeeper make perfect sense. Makes perfect sense. Man, oh man. Okay. I think he's an Undying Warlock. I'm calling it right now. I think he's an Undying Warlock. That is pacted to Vecna. And I'm gonna call the fucking play right now. I think that the middle boss for this arc, for this Vecna arc, I think the mid boss, like the middle of the arc boss, is going to be an aspect of Thurisdun. I think that Ioun is hiding inside of Thurisdun's prison. I think that is where she is hiding. Because where better to hide from any threats than next to the biggest threat in the world that you personally chained up? And so the key in this case is the key to Thurisdun's prison, a la the only living, surviving warlock that was pacted to Thurisdun. Or Vecna when he held the power of Thurisdun. If Thurisdun is more of like a force. Either one. If he was pacted to the former Death God, Thurisdun's clearly either is the former Death God, related to the former Death God in some manner. That would make ultimate sense for a warlock pacted to that thing to be the key to its prison. He's maybe the only living connection back to Thurisdun. And could even make even additional sense why him and Ioun have beef. Maybe he doesn't like that Ioun made the prison, made the trammels, exists within the prison. All sorts of reasons that setup could generate beef between OG and Ioun. So never mind. I think OG is the key. Fuck Pike, fuck JB. It's OG.
I'm all in
It's
closed
Sprig.
space together, Grog, and I like this fellow.
Sprig, it is quite powerful, yes, but also maybe slightly
A bit
dangerous.
dangerous, to be fair.
I'm here alone. Well, that's...
Right.
Oh, yes. Go peddle your papers somewhere where they'd like papers peddled.
You're not alone at the moment.
That's true.
Oh, it might be unsafe. Negative review. I think it's super duper possible that this was not like... that this was just Ioun taking advantage of a situation, not like what she would have done if she had the choice. It might be the nature of how all of this works that in order to in order to make the prison, they had to make it in such a way that someone that still had a connection to Thurisdun would just still be able to access it. Now there's a question on why not just kill OG at that point. But Raven Queen might have taken some pity. Raven Queen might have said, hey, that's my former party member. He'll be chill. He'll be relaxed. He's not going to try to break Thurisdun out. And even if he does, Ioun, you'll be right there. Like, you'll be in the prison. You'll be able to see if he tries to break Thurisdun out. So just, don't worry about it. I could see this being a fucking persuasion check from Raven Queen to Ioun. It could even have been a conditional part of her helping the prime gods. The Raven Queen might have said, I'll help you, but only if you let me keep OG alive. This actually might not even, this might be the core reason that they don't trust Raven Queen, is because she insisted, she put like leverage. She made her help a trade. She didn't do it out of the kindness of her heart. She did it to keep her friends and family alive. Would you trust someone like that? I mean, like, a mercenary might be useful, but at the end of the day, you're paying them. And what indication do you have that they will continue to be on your side if, say, OG were to die to natural circumstances? Maybe you have, a magically binding contract, but now, are you ever really going to trust Raven Queen? When that was the entire reason she helped you in the first place? No! So you put her over in charge of the transition, but not the actual domain. Because you never fully trust her. She put too many conditions on the original deal. And by too many, I mean one. Oh, man. Will he be chill, or will he not even remember who he is in order to enact any plans? I think that's also super possible. I think that could be part of the... That could be why the guy... They forgot all the names! That could be why they had to erase all of this. I mean, I've been assuming, and I think it's still very plausible, that they erased knowledge of the previous Death God and seemingly the Raven Queen's mortal form because they just wanted to hide the information from the mortal world. But that also doesn't seem to have, worked. Because if Thuristan is the former Death God, his name is still floating around, so they clearly didn't, do something metaphysical there, but they did remove memories because a lot of people don't remember Vecna or remember very little. So they and history books are missing shit. So something happened, but it's not exactly what they said happened. It could be very reasonable to me if Raven Queen said OG needs to stay alive and all of the other gods said okay, but he can't remember who he is. You can't even remember who he is. Maybe. I don't know about that one. But it's that's maybe why they erased everything from history. Because, why would they need to erase Raven Queen's mortal identity? If Vecna's identity is still rolling around, why isn't the Raven Queen's? Why is Sad Queen so thoroughly erased from history? Doesn't seem to fully track to me. I mean, she's the only ascended mortal, but clearly they did not hide the information of how to ascend well enough for Vecna to not find it, unless Vecna's the former Death God, but whatever. So I don't know, but I think OG's lack of memory, the holes in his memory, he might be the reason that there are holes in the first place. He's the only living mortal member of the party left. The gods said, fine, he can stay alive, but not if he remembers how to redo all this shit. Oh boy. It's like the idea of putting the nuclear launch codes inside the heart of a person that has to be killed to get the codes. A little bit, yeah. So Thuristan mortally wounds Ioun and she goes to sit at the side of his cell. Least likely place to look for her, right? And if we imagine that, okay, if we do imagine that Vecna was the vessel or the persona and Thuristan was the power of death, if you have separated Thuristan and Vecna, if you have separated them substantially or enough, then the power doesn't have any, consciousness to it. So you could go and sit next to it, and it's not going to hurt you because, or maybe, I don't know. Or it's at least going to be a lot easier to deal with because it doesn't have this like persona guiding it, potentially. And we know that Thurisdan mortally wounds Ioun. Now that sounds to us like, hey, Daniel burned me with fire. But this could actually be fire burned me. Right? I've been interpreting Thurisdan so far as like an active, intelligent agent. But the sentence still grammatically makes sense if I interpret it as just a force of death. Even if Vecna was wielding it at the time, or whatever Vecna was before, the previous death god was wielding Thurisdan at the time. The previous death god used Thurisdan to mortally wound Ioun. If it is like a thing that exists, separated from the vessel or the persona, that could still work. And then, if you've separated the tool from its user, the tool's not going to hurt you. It's just going to sit on the shelf. But you still might want to go into the prison that you crafted for it. And the prison, oh man, this is like a line. I might be quoting from future CR here. We'll see. This maybe is a how does he do it. I could see it being a thing that is revealed. Maybe by Sprig, maybe by someone else, maybe by Ioun herself, that the prison was not built to keep Thurisdan in. It was meant to keep other people out. So it's less of a prison and more of a bunker. And if it's a bunker, it makes all the sense in the world to hide there. A bunker that you constructed as Ioun. It's like... yeah. It's like building a bunker to house the One Ring if, like, you couldn't just throw it into a volcano and you just needed to hide it. It's a vault. It's a vault, not a prison. Wait a minute. Is the only reason Vecna's able to ascend because he has dominion over secrets and the ascension ritual is a secret? It's just a loophole? That's why no one else could do it so far and why the gods think it's impossible? I think that's sort of a closed soup, a closed loop. It's begging the question. It assumes the conclusion within the statement. You're saying that Vecna is only able to ascend because he has domain over secrets. But how can he have domain over secrets without ascending? Right, when we say that Vecna has domain over secrets, we're implying that it's part of his portfolio as like a demigod, at the very least, if not like a lesser god. But in order to have that dominion, that like metaphysical dominion, he would have to have ascended first. So he can't ascend using the knowledge that he would have gained via ascending. Unless there's some other... unless maybe ascending to demigod status is not the hard part, but ascending to lesser god status is the hard part. Unclear. But I don't know about that. I don't know. There's something here.
This very true. Very true. And I'd rather not put my life in the hands of you, not knowing you very well.
Well, some did. I'm here.
Yes.
They're not.
So something bad could happen and you'd run away and we'd be stuck here?
37 years, I ran away. I've been here deciding how to live again, how not to run away. That's what all this is about, isn't it? You can't just hide from the world. I've done it. I've done it for a long, long time. And maybe you being here means that I should hide no longer. Or maybe I just have an invisible frog friend, eh? Maybe I have nothing here and nothing here.
Whoever has devised these contraptions and created this safety for you is a genius. I'm not saying you're necessarily...
There was both of us.
I somehow don't think so.
What?
It's on me.
I have had my own demons to contend with in my life to make me doubt my own intelligence. I get the sense that your compatriot, I hate to call it friend here.
I hate to call it friend, and yet I do. Isn't that right?
Oh man, I wonder the Taliesin finding common ground with the Warlock? Who could have guessed?
Friend. Fortunately.
What are you doing here?
What are you doing here?
You can tell him.
No. No.
Yes.
Why does he ask me?
Yes. Be polite. They're guests in our home.
Oh, it's not our home.
19 years you've been here, ever since your master died, trying to enter, and got tricked into one of my traps. And now you're here. Does that answer your question? Now, why don't you tell him what I just said?
My master died trying to get in here. I wanted the traps, and now I call this my home.
Beautifully said.
All right, all that might have been wrong. All that might have been wrong.
Bravo. You should be a little performer in Craghammer. You know what the reviews would be? Not very good. Shameful behavior. Abysmal behavior from the abyss itself.
Well, we don't have... I mean, many of the things that we carry are very dangerous. And obviously, you have a great deal of genius here. Perhaps I'm going to show him the elemental shot. I don't know if this would interest you, but it's... I consider it to be of great value.
So you're showing him the residuum piece you're
The
polishing?
last piece of residuum I have.
All right. So this is it's a sliver of what looks like green glass. It's finely polished, about that thick, about that long. And you've read about this. You've read that condensed residuum is very susceptible to enchantment and or the focusing of short-term magic spells. It's expensive. It's slotted. It's hard to find. And
Wait. Let me just. I don't even think that's that important. But it is like a direct description of residuum, which I don't even need to theorize to know residuum is important, given that the Briarwoods were using it in Whitestone. So feels important to just grab any residuum information. Hey now, they could just be keeping up the ruse. Let's not throw away the theory yet. It is true. It's possible. They could be lying. I don't know. It is weird. Like, it's strange as an explanation. But I don't know. May was so disappointed their accent changed for a second. I've actually been doing a fake accent this whole time. Try to guess what my real one is.
I will use that ring of telekinesis to lift it up and take a better look at it.
okay, as you watch as it just kind of darts out of your hand and wisps up maybe 2 feet ahead of him and just kind of slowly rotates above him as he inspects it.
Impressive, but not as impressive as the giant log.
Oh, yes. But is there power in this, dear boy? Or are there only secrets? For you are secrets. He is power.
I may be secrets, and that is of me, but I believe there is power in its secret. People died for that. Many people.
People die every day, except me. That's my punishment, child. I live on. I live on with my shame and my intelligence, and you.
It's a Vayun.
Vayun.
What's your relationship to her?
What? Okay, I'm gonna stay in non-full screen for a second. People die every day except me. That's my punishment. I mean, he could be being poetic. He could be being poetic. But it feels like he extended his life. Maybe unwillingly.
What is anyone's relationship to a god?
Good question.
Great question.
Some of us are champions, some of them don't like them, some of them worship them but don't really get respect. What's yours?
All of that and more.
So you're a champion. Are you a champion?
He's not just a champion. He's the former lover of the Raven Queen. Oh my god, wait a second. I'm sorry, am I kind of spitting right now? All of that and more? Is this Gale? Did he fuck a god? Or probably Sad Queen? Could he be a vampire? I mean, I guess he could be. I haven't really gotten any indication that he is yet. If he were, does that not make him the previous god of death? Raven Queen has been stated as a former follower and partner of the previous god of death. Partner absolutely could be romantic. It could also be professional. I don't think, as wild as I will go with this theory, I don't think Sprig is the previous god of death. I could see him being a lot of things, but I don't think he's the previous god of death. So if Sad Queen, I don't think Sad Queen could have been like a romantic partner to the previous god of death, like, you know, her being like immortal and all that at the time. I don't feel like that's like a thing that could have happened, but maybe, I guess. I think it's more likely that she was like a very, very close champion. Sort of similar to how she treats Vax, probably. Because we haven't really heard of anyone else having singular champions like Raven Queen does. Like, Kima's not like the champion of Bahamut, but Vax is the champion of the Raven Queen. Even Pike is not the champion of Sarenrae. They're just, you know, tight. So it could be that like the Raven Queen is continuing a pattern from when she was immortal. She might have been the champion of the previous god of death, and there was like a singular champion, and the god of death has always had like a very close relationship with said champion. Probably because they can extend their lives, if we're being honest. And so there's like a very natural reason, you know, you're getting to keep them around for much longer. Yeah, interesting. It all circles back to the vampire sex dungeon. Oh my god. Megan can believe that Sprig is anything except a normal NPC. Well, okay. He's the key! Or he at least has information about the key. So he's not a normal NPC. He's got fucking knowledge, at the very least. It could be argued that Pike is Sarenrae's champion, in large part due to maybe the only follower of hers that has actual power. It could be argued that she is, but she is not called that in the fiction. It would be easy for Sarenrae to call her that, for anyone to call her that, really. Raven Queen calls Vax her champion. And she calls fucking Purvan. We know that Purvan was her champion. So, like, it's absolutely plausible that like we could consider Pike Sarenrae's champion, but that does not seem to be her proper noun position in the fiction. Yeah, normal NPCs never have plot knowledge to give them a reason to exist / interact with the party. Yes! What's a normal NPC at that point? What's a normal NPC? What are we talking about here? Bro is too old. Bro knows about the sun trees, bro. He's not normal. I don't want any of this shit. Didn't Percy mention that Baelor had a specific number of champions? We have to change the flag now in regards to Vex. She's the mistress of the Grey Hunt. I don't know if Percy mentioned Baelor having champions, but also, I will say, especially when it comes to like proper noun naming of things, I don't trust player naming of things. So Percy saying there's multiple champions, you know, I think bears about as much weight, maybe a little bit more weight, but not much more than, you know, Cabium saying in chat that Pike is Sarenrae's champion. Like, that's an opinion. But I have not heard anyone with, like, authority to speak on the subject call the Mistress of the Grey Hunt the champion. Right. Dallison, I think this actually changes the crest of Whitestone now because there's a 6th champion of Baelor who's of Whitestone, 6 stars now, not 5. Holy cow. Yeah. I mean, again, you know, that's fine. If Percy did call her a champion, but I don't know. It's possible I'm grasping at straws here, and that there's even more counter evidence, but it doesn't change your point of authority on it. But yeah, no, it's fair to point out. It's definitely fair to point out. Yeah, you were not paying close attention to that scene. I think Matt agreed with him. Maybe. I don't know. We'll see.
Champion of Ioun.
You're a champion of Ioun. Of course he's a champion of Ioun.
I wouldn't say that.
But may we
So, you know, in regards to authority on who is or isn't a champion, and him being like, I wouldn't say that, and then Percy directly being like, but we might. So relevant. Baelor did at least call Vex his champion then? He did? Okay, that would actually, like, more affect my opinion. That was just in 104. I can look up the word champion and find that probably. Did that happen? I don't remember him. I remember him saying the blessing part, but I don't remember him saying the champion part. It's possible, though. I'm mostly curious. Champion. Guiding light for these wonderful champions and so much more. My Pike, you've done more. You've been guiding light for these wonderful champions. Okay, yeah. And you, Keelith, you have spent most of your life trying to dodge and dive in the attention of masses, trying to buck the destiny. You've had the attention of the greater gods.
Alexandria. And you feel yourself weaken and strengthen, whether to run or stand.
Okay. I have champions across all of Exandria who have lived longer and proven themselves worthy, capable. Oh, man. We're getting into another calamities situation. Baelor is saying, I have champions, and the Raven Queen has a champion. Vax is the champion of the Raven Queen. Possibly kind of like the Second War is the calamity, but both of the wars are calamities plural. Maybe. I don't know. That might be a stretch. Shit. Wait. Loop. Guy in life for these champions. I could be your champion. What? You already have one champion of the Raven Queen. Why not? I don't want to. We already have one champion of the Raven Queen. A faithless stands to try and accept the champion's mantle. Again, using it as like an adjective, not a. You step forward the growing bud. That befits the growth of a champion, not my or the champion. She is your champion, but that was from the party. Take this stone, my champion. That's the most singular it has been phrased.
These prime trammels. Then take this stone, my champion.
Could still be like a category. Could still be like just a position, a role, whereas the Raven Queen is more singular, but that is at least the most singular Pelor has been. As you walk Vexalia, the now freshly chosen champion of Pelor. Okay, I will say that is Matt saying that there. And he is saying the now freshly chosen champion of Pelor. So that would, we are the champions. Champion of Pelor, sixth champion of Pelor who's in Wipestone. Okay. I will say Matt out of character did say the freshly chosen champion. So that would, I would say that is the most substantial evidence to me that multiple or that singular champions might be a thing with other gods. The Raven Queen is monogamous while Pelor is poly, like in a divine way. I mean, that could still be a thing. You know, the divine personalities might result in some gods having more or less champions. Maybe Raven Queen does only have one, and Pelor, you know, maybe sometimes has one, sometimes has multiple. Yeah. Have we spent an hour in this 10 minutes of CR? Probably. Look, I ended last stream when I did for a reason. Oh, man. I believe Percy's comment about the stars might mean that 6 champions of Pelor came from Whitestone throughout history. I think that is accurate. Yeah, throughout the history of Whitestone, there have been, prior to Vex, there have been 5 champions of Pelor. Now, unclear as to whether or not those champions existed simultaneously to each other, if they were individuals. It was like a mantle that was passed on. How that's related to being the mistress of the Grey Hunt, like how that's related to the Grey Hunt in general, unclear.
Might, wouldn't we?
Champion of Are you going to start calling me Ioun's champion?
Only if it bothers you. Ioun's champion.
I like it. Drat, eh? Drat! You tell them what you know of Ioun.
She's a heinous bitch who got what's coming to her 800 years ago.
Aha! Okay. This is either current or former champion of Ioun. He doesn't explicitly agree or deny this assertion, but phrases his words as though he thinks it's a bit ridiculous, but unclear why he thinks that. Because it could be because he hates Ioun, but it could also be because of the various other reasons. But also, she's a heinous bitch who got what was coming to her 800 years ago. Interesting. I mean, look, I was saying he might be evil. He might be the Vecna champion. Or just a Vecna warlock.
It's a bit common, but that is his belief. What is yours? What is your thought about Ioun?
We know that she possesses knowledge that could help us in our quest to save the world. And therefore, no matter what her personality is, she is valuable to us.
And yet, is there value in saving the world?
Bro, even if he's not a warlock, he has basically said out loud that he is cursed with an unnatural life. He hasn't been so specific that I can really hang my hat on it, but it seems pretty clear to me that his life is unnatural. I think he was on Vecna's side, bro. Like, is there value in saving the world, or should you all just let it all go away? That sounds so... It's not the same, but it's in the ballpark, at least, of the mantra that has been ascribed to the betrayer gods. A return to the primordial chaos of the founding, which is like before the world was crafted as such. Letting the world all just slip away is a really short gap between... It's a really short gap between that and the betrayer god mantra.
Or should you just let it all go away?
No, I think we should save it.
Yeah, we're pretty pro.
Yeah.
We're pro world here.
Are you? Oh, that is interesting.
Yeah.
Sprig, you're seeking power.
I seek redemption. There is great power in redemption.
We offer you redemption. Collaborating with us grants you the power to fell a would-be god.
Excuse me. For 1 second.
Can I speak to you for just a second? What? He's tricky. I think we should get a mnemonic device on what we need to do if he becomes too tricky. We should say, elf boy grabs. E for E birds. There's an elf, we should grab him.
All right.
L. Let's grab that elf boy.
Right, all right.
F.
I think we can. Yeah, you guys can hear all this.
Forsooth, I shall grab this elf boy.
Got it. Understood. Yes.
Not an elf. Not an elf.
What?
Not an elf. Not an elf.
Why do people like calling you elf boy and elf girl?
We
There's
have,
something
we
they
have
should read into
vaguely,
there.
vaguely pointed ears. Not even fully pointed ears. My mother was not an elf.
Excuse me for
He has a vague point.
just a second. He's not an elf.
We'll stick with the device. I've got your back.
I still don't feel it.
You will.
All right.
Hello?
Hi.
Hi.
Hi, Mirror Man.
Oh my god, Mirror Man.
Listen,
All right?
let's cut to the chase here. We need information from you.
Indeed.
You need something from us.
Yes.
Grog, give him a card.
Wait.
We're dancing around this. We need this, man.
Is this a permanent?
The stone. Are you taking the stone?
Are you going to take the stone as a source of power?
Or are
He
you
said
going
it's
to
too
take this
mysterious
random
for
little
him.
card?
I thought we were talking about redemption.
If you'll allow me. You have been very quiet.
Yes, I'm a little freaked out right now. You're like my worst fear incarnate. And sorry, that seemed very rude. My worst nightmare incarnate.
That didn't make it any better, dear child.
Go ahead. Why am I your worst fear in a carnation?
Fair as well.
I've seen you in my dreams. You're...
Is that?
Go get him, Tiger.
Chasing the imp around.
somehow...
They're up in the corner, like, turns invisible.
Oh, I guess you found that unbearable.
That was a good pun.
Thank
That was
you
a
very
really
much.
good pun.
Thank you very
You hear
much.
the tiniest little demonic fart by your ear.
I'm
Somehow...
also gently steering Trinket away from the floorboard in the middle of the room as he walks by.
Somehow everything you have said since the minute we walked into this building has made 100% sense, and I think that's what scares me the most, as I understand everything you've said.
It should scare you the most. I was one of you.
I know.
I did what you did.
I know.
37 years ago, I did it.
What?
And we fought, and we fought, and they were right here. They were right here.
Who is they?
My companions.
And who were we fighting against? You, we.
And he said again, 37 years ago, it was here. We fought here. But why? Unless it is because, unless they were going to fight the giants in Wittabach, and he is just like a normal ass adventurer, it wouldn't, you know what I'm saying? Like, why would they have fought here? Why would they have fought here? 37 years ago? Like, Wittebach has been, like, Pike is more than 37 years old. Wittebach has been a ruin. I guess if they were adventuring and they were diving into the ruin of Wittebach, then, you know, maybe there's something there. Ask him. God, I wish I was in this scene. I would ask him so much. I would ask him so many questions.
Gods? It was silly. It was hobgoblins. It shouldn't.
It was hobgoblins. Oh, this is also so tough because Travis says Vecna and Darren says no, but it is unclear from that response if he is aware of who Vecna is or if he is just saying no, the word that you said is wrong. Ah! Damn it.
Gods? It was silly. It was hobgoblins. It should never have happened. It was a simple fight. And they died. And I ran. And I can't even remember their names.
Sprig,
Yes?
would you like to be needed again? Maybe it's time to stop running.
What would I do?
We can grant you power in items.
Does he just have a book? Like, this is a fun backstory. Like, if this guy is just a normal dude, this is a fun backstory. But, and especially with its emotional tie-ins to the party. But why is he the key then? Like, all of this is against the backdrop of me being like, why is he the key? Or why, he might not be the key. Because I believe that it was actually that you would find more information about the key at this particular place or something like that. I don't remember exactly what Paylor said. But he may or may not even be the key, but why would he know anything about the key? Just like something he found out during adventuring? They fought hobgoblins here? Not giants? And he can't remember their names? Any of them. Like, it all just, it smells a little suspicious. It just smells a little suspicious. But it is possible he's a totally normal dude that just, like, happens to have a bit of knowledge that no one else has. But he's so suspicious for being a normal dude. Like, if he's actually a normal dude, wow, what a suspicious guy.
But I think all of us, I don't want to speak for all of us, but I think all of us can speak a little bit to the fact that items don't grant you as much inner power as you expect them to.
Unless they're boots, and then they're amazing.
Unless they're very highly argued and debated upon boots.
Yeah.
In which case, I still think the
Are we about to have a
arguments...
debate about boots? I'm against them. Your turn.
I am for them usually.
Continue, counselor, but watch yourself.
Have you any idea where the key to Ioun is?
In the boots?
Yes.
We're talking about boots, are we?
Yes. Boots that hold a key to the Ioun's location, specifically.
I think the key might be here, but I don't really know.
Sprig, the world is on the brink right now. It's worse than hobgoblins. And we've come here in great need, and the world is in great need. And the power that I offer you is making a difference.
Well then, make me believe in Ioun. We'll make a difference together.
What?
Yes.
Of course he believes.
What?
Believing's not the question.
Books everywhere, you see. That's something you can hold. That's something you can learn.
That's something that's tangible. Ioun is distant.
But she could be tangible if you'd help us find her.
What if we have found her? What if Sprig is right? What if all of the information that Ioun knows is here in Sprig?
I really want to look at these. I want to look at these books really quickly. I'm having a moment.
There's thousands of
I
them.
just want to start looking at these titles. What are these books?
Well, you go over and start walking towards the edge of the nearest bookcase. And all of you at once, everyone but Sprig actually, suddenly hear a voice come through, filling your mind, filling your consciousness, filling your ears, sourceless, delivered to your consciousness directly.
Thank you for showing me where he is.
That's where we're going to take a break.
Oh!
Fuck!
We'll be right back here in a minute.
No! We don't have the eye! What a cock! Ugh.
Oh my god, it's been in the troll dick all along.
It's always been the troll dick.
All right, we'll be in just a minute.
Damn it.
We'll be back here in a few minutes, guys. We have, for the Twitch giveaway, we have this awesome Peruvian walnut, dice tray. Leather interior, it's very nice. It's the same type that I have actually back here, which is nice. Giving away for somebody in the Twitch chat, so run over, and the code for the evening is Sprig.
What? I'm. It doesn't surprise me that Vecna's looking for him. But why would he tell them, and how? How? Which is obviously the question that they're all asking. I'm trying to remember if anyone perceivably got, like, implanted with something or got, like, hunters marked during the fight, or if this is just bullshit, divine bullshit. Like, I'm gonna be not super into it if it's just like, he's a god of secrets, man. I'm not gonna be into that. I'll tell you that right now. But maybe there's something that happened that I just don't recall. Because they got rid of the eye, no? Pelor destroyed it. If they'd had the eye, absolutely, they should have learned their lesson from Ripley. Of course, while they had the eye, Vecna was tracking them. No question. But Pelor destroyed the eye. So what the fuck is going on? I really hope it's not just a, like, he's omniscient. He's the god of secrets. He sees all. That would be... like, he's just scrying on them? But how would he even talk into their heads? He would have to scry on them and then sending them? But there's not even, like, a mass sending thing? Because he's not a god yet, to my understanding. So how could he have even talked into their heads all at once? Unless something, like, happened to them in the Shadowfell while he was around. Or unless we're saying that Vecna can speak into anyone's mind in Exandria at any time. They haven't invested in anti-scrying technology, even if it's a scry. Even if it's a scry, which it could be. He saw them. He witnessed them. He could absolutely scry on them. But, like, yeah, like telepathy with, like, what the fuck is that? That just... I don't know, man. I don't know about that one. That's... I don't know about that one. I'm trying to have an opinion that I can be firm in right now without seeing more. Because I have a feeling, or at least a hope, that it is addressed in how he found them, even if it is as simple as a scry, and how he talked into their minds. Like I would vastly prefer it if it is simply that Well, I'm trying to think of what I would prefer. How I would prefer it if it was a scry. I don't know. I literally can't think of like an explanation. Or I guess that just something happened to them in the Shadowfell. Like because they were in the Shadowfell, they were infused with some sort of something that connects them back to Vecna. Like that would be preferable to me compared to Vecna can just do this to anyone. Because, like, at this point, Vecna still seems to be just a slightly more powerful wizard. I don't think he's ascended to, like, demigod status yet. Maybe he has, but my interpretation of, like, the Pelor conversation, the Sarenrae conversation, is that they still had time before he ascended. So, I don't know. Maybe he just is a demigod, but he's ascending to a full god? And they're just not concerned about, like, demigods coming around the material plane? So, it's possible, I guess. I don't know. Or the other way around, temporarily deafen Sprig, then just talked normally. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I'll put it like this. I was far, if you want to have an NPC scry on the players, and like that is going to be a thing, I think you have to commit to that. Like you are using a mechanic. You should not mix that in with then soft stuff to essentially notify the players that they were being scried on. Like go all the way. Which Matt has in the past. Like Ripley was scrying on the party via Animus. Or not via Animus, via... Was it Animus? No. Ripley was scrying on them via a gun. I can't remember the name. The Clasp scryed on them via like a scrying ball, which they now have. And that's how they knew where they were to try to assassinate them with the Rakshasa in Whitestone. So, and then like they just came in. They, like someone said, they haven't invested in anti-scrying technology, which like I don't know that there is anti-scrying technology by default, at least that I'm aware of. There's probably a magic item now that I say that, but they haven't invested in that. Matt has done it twice before, where he has had like someone scry on them without them knowing, and like they just have to figure it out, and they have to deal with the consequences. So like have Vecna cultists show up and like try to kidnap Sprig. Don't, like speak into their mind with this soft bullshit that to notify them that they've been scryed upon, like for no reason. Like why would Vecna do that? Just because he's, we're probably just getting into like the villain is arrogant. The villain is stupidly arrogant. I guess. I don't know. I don't feel like you get to be a powerful lich wizard with being that horrendously stupid, but whatever. I don't know. Whatever. I guess we will move on. Love of the game. He's telling them for the love of the game. What love of what game? I don't... Like, if I had to give an answer for why is he speaking into their mind, it is that the GM wants the players to have a sec to prepare or leave. He wants to put like a clock on them. and like let them know that they're being scryed upon directly before that clock like expires. Because I guess if they're being scryed on, the clock is already there. He's just revealing the clock to them but by doing so via the character, like via Vecna making an active action, Vecna is actively sabotaging his own plans, and he doesn't particularly seem like the type of guy to fight fair. So it's very tough for me when there is a clear benefit. When a villain takes an action that is so massively beneficial for the players and the party and is so drastically detrimental to the villain. It's just hard for me to like buy it. That was more a joke because I don't know an answer. Oh, fair enough. Fair enough. I don't know, man. This crosses my willingness line. Like I thought that our argument, me and Chat's argument about the arrogance of Raishan and her like fighting them a second time on Viscon. I like ultimately think that individual minds can differ on that. Like I think it's reasonable to just ascribe it to her arrogance, even though I personally have a lot of unwillingness to do that. This one, it's hard for me to like imagine Vecna as he's been described in such a way that makes this make sense to me. Like, I just don't know. He's not the god of fear. He's not the god of... I don't know. He is seemingly a former mortal, or at least a current mortal, that knows enough and is smart enough to put together this whole operation and do this. And again, he's a very powerful wizard. I don't know, man. Arrogance is one of those things where it's like, arrogance can always be just used to justify stupidity, but it can only go so far. Like, Vecna wasn't casting, like, mass hold person to, like, try and, like, over and over to try and just, get them all still to toy with them. Like, he was, trying to disable them and trying to freeze them, but then he used Finger of Death. Like, I don't think you use fucking power word, or not Finger of Death, power word kill. I don't think you power word kill someone that you want to, toy with. So, he's, brutality and efficiency and, frankly, intelligence in the combat makes this really hard for me to stomach. Unless there's an explanation that I can't think of right now. Gas villain makes stupid stereotype decision to move the story. It's not even moving the story, though. That's, kind of one of my big problems, is this doesn't move the story. It just gives the players an advantage in the next time that the story would move. It would move the story for Vecna cultists to show up and try to kidnap Sprig out from under them. That would absolutely move the story. But that is putting the players at a pretty big disadvantage. And to me, this is an admission that you don't think they can handle it. You don't think that the players can handle the world being run reasonably. And that's a big anti-sandbox admission to me. That's a big, this is on rails approaching railroaded admission to me. Because you're doing something to directly give the players an advantage where they wouldn't otherwise have one. If the world was being run reasonably, they would not have the advantage that they are about to have, or that they do have now. So yeah. It's not like, to me at least, it's not moving the story. It is saying that you want to like run a really hard. It's like you want to prepare. You want the players to have time to prepare for what you're about to spring on them, because you think if they don't have time, it will not go well. But instead of just reducing what you're doing or refactoring or figuring out another way to do it, instead you say, I still want to do the thing that I want to do as the GM, so I'm going to bend the story and the NPCs in unreasonable ways to facilitate the thing that I want. That's what this feels like to me. It feels like Matt saying, I want this to go a certain way, so I'm going to make Vecna unreasonable for a second to make the story bend how I want it to bend. And I don't like that. You also don't know how much time the characters have to prepare. More than they would have had were Vecna not to have spoken into their mind. Also adds in a minute. They're gonna just, however much time it is, it's more. Even if it is like a moment, right? Even if like the very top of this half is the Vecna cultist teleporting in, now the party is not going to receive the surprise condition, because that's what would have happened had the Vecna cultists just teleported in and started killing people. The party would be surprised, as they should be. They don't have any anti-scrying technology, and Vecna apparently did not fail the scry to the point where they play. What's up? I'm back. I know that was quick, but I wanna we gotta get further in this. I will, I'm gonna be looking for a potential place to pause. I don't think we're gonna get through the entire second half. But I do want to get further at the very least. The way I'll end cap that my kind of opinion here is I'm just gonna reference this the next time someone tells me that Matt is not taking authorial control in a scene. The next time someone's like, Matt just runs the world. That thing that just happened only happened because it just makes sense in the world. Because I have gotten told that so many fucking times. One of the biggest ones, or at least the one that sticks in my head the most, is obviously Vorugal, about when he came to the keep and when Thordak came to interrupt. But you're like, no, he's just running the world. He's just representing the world. That happened because that's just what would happen in the fiction. He's not thinking about making a good story. He's trying to run a good world. This is going to be my counterexample. I think it's okay if you want to do this, to be clear. I don't think it's it's like the craziest thing in the world. It's a pet peeve of mine. I hate smart characters whose arrogance makes them act stupid. It's just an archetype of character that does not appeal to me at all. That's a personal bias. But unequivocally, I don't see a version of Exandria that I can imagine where this makes sense. It only makes sense to me as a GM story decision. So that's next time that it comes up, this is what I'm going to reference. That always frustrates me too, because obviously does, and it's okay. It's like perfectly okay for Matt to like take some direct control in the moment outside of what he prepped, and to even change things that he prepped in the moment. Like improvisation and changing things is, I think, a core part of being a good DM. Or at least it's a core technique. I think sometimes you can do it poorly, or possibly in a spot that I wouldn't do it, like maybe here. But it is just it's a tool, it's a technique at the end of the day. And Matt, at least in my opinion, definitely does it. I think he just likes when the players freak out, and that's fine. Hey, I've talked about how sometimes I just roll dice behind the screen. Back when I used to run in person, I would just occasionally, as like the players were like exploring a dungeon and they're talking, I just like roll a dice behind the screen just so they hear the sound. It's not for anything. It's just to scare them. You know, all GMs have to have fun. We got to do some things that aren't like good to like have a little bit of our own fun. That's totally fine. But it definitely, at least in this case, I think it comes at the cost of the like realism of his world. He's having this fun kind of villain moment of he gets to talk into their heads all creepy. And, you know, that might just be fun for him. Like you said, that might just be fun. But it is definitely something that doesn't make sense. In my opinion, and I don't find it fun. But I find other things fun. Like Matt might say, you know, if he heard my whole like rolling behind the screen, he might say, "Oh my god, I would never do that for X, Y, and Z reasons." You know, that's totally fair. But yeah, get to let off a bit of that chaotic evil energy once in a while. Yeah, yeah. I don't know how to like phrase it when I have like a low magnitude dislike. Like I would never do this. I would never recommend that someone do this. I have a pet peeve when it comes to smart but arrogantly stupid villains. But like also, it's not the biggest deal in the world. Like it's going to annoy me in such a way that I will talk about it for a while, but I'll talk about anything for a while. At the end of the day, it's just not that big a deal. It's, you know, if Matt wants to do this, that's fine. It's not going to ruin Vecna's character unless he's doing it a whole bunch. I will say, there's a lot of pet peeves all rolled into one. This is a smart but arrogant villain acting super stupid. This is also villain speaks into players' minds with no obvious functional way to do so. Just as a show of ambiguous power. That's also a big pet peeve of mine. I really hate that trope. But it is like, it's an existing trope. I hate, which this is in line with the whole like arrogantly stupid of villains like cloyingly thanking the heroes. Such an annoying pet peeve of mine. So that was all like, it was just a big conglomeration of all of my pet peeves. I still think it's like not a good thing to do, but if it is something that you really like as a GM, like it's something that brings you some fun and joy, it's like a wash. Like that positive of it being fun for you is enough to balance out the negative impact I think it has on the story. And GM's gotta have fun sometimes. gotta you're not always gonna play exactly the way you should. Or GM the way you should. Any GM who says they never roll for no reason, I don't trust them. They must be releasing their chaos gremlins some other way, and I'm scared as to how. I know. So it's like, I dislike this for a whole bunch of reasons, but I don't dislike it that much. I don't think there's anything like good or positive or redeeming about it. But that's like the taste part where me and Matt just might differ, is like in terms of taste. He might find this fun to interact, and I just wouldn't. So it's a pure negative for me, whereas it might be more of a wash for him. Anyways.
Denova, and to get your address information, we'll get that shipped out to you. And bringing us back in.
Oh, that was fast.
Last we left off.
Shit was going ham.
You all, almost all of you, heard a singular familiar voice. The low, gravelly, undead voice of the Whispered One fills your mind, saying, "Thank you for showing me where he is." In that moment where you all pause in place, you hear a series of simultaneous sounds as a number of heavy crossbow bolts from nearby windows all fire simultaneously at Sprig.
Do I have time for?
I mean, this might actually annoy me if Matt doesn't allow a reaction here or makes them surprised still. That actually would really bug me. I think that would be like a kind of a betrayal of the social contract. Which is such a dramatic way to put it. But that I would dislike a lot more than if he does allow a reaction. And I will say, like, there's so much there. If I was running this scene, there's like such a small change that I would have made of just having the crossbow bolts go off and then having Vecna taunt them after the trap has already been sprung. Like it sounds like a tiny small difference, but it takes it from being stupid to playing with your food. And that's a big difference to me. And I'm going to be really annoyed if he doesn't let them have any sort of interactivity here.
Reaction?
No, you do not. This is a surprise round.
The sound of bolts, no.
It's alright, you can't die. It's cool. We're all right.
It's not a surprise round, though. It's not because they literally can't be surprised.
24. What's your armor class?
My armor class.
It can't be because they're literally not surprised, though. That's like the thing about it is that they're not. How could they be surprised? Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
That's fine. Whatever.
So you take
It's not that low.
Does your mother know what you're doing?
23 points of piercing damage.
Okay.
Oh.
Where's my hit lines? Oh, there we go.
That's a 17. That misses you.
Okay.
It strikes your shoulder and glances off. One bolt sinks in your chest, and you're like, oh, you look down and see it. It's this big, long, heavy metal bolt, and it's kind of jutting out from the side of where your shoulder and the peck. It's another one rushes by and just glances off your other shoulder. The third one.
Well, this is.
Yeah. I mean, like, and if that is like the sort of thing that, because even for me, the crossbow bolts going into the window and then we go to break is as much of a fun cliffhanger to me as, honestly, it's a more fun cliffhanger going into the break for me. But I agree with you that I think Matt viewed the speaking into their mind as more fun and or interesting going into the break. I just super duper, I think, would disagree with him on that. But I think that is like a matter of taste. I think that one of them has much worse in fiction consequences but separate from that, like what would make a fun cliffhanger, I think that is a little bit more up to taste at the very least. Narrative and game consequences be damned. Yeah, I think that is the reality of what is going on here. And like that's okay. I just know I would be pretty annoyed if I was a player at the table. Like I wouldn't say anything in the moment, but I would probably bring it up if the DM asked for feedback afterward. If like we were playing like a one shot, or if I was in a campaign and the GM was like, "How'd you feel about that session?" It's the sort of thing that would make me feel enough to bring it up after the session and be like, "Hey, I didn't really love that like he talked, but then we were still surprised. Like it feels like we shouldn't have been surprised if that was going to be the case, but also I don't really know why he talked to us in the first place, so it kind of still makes sense that we were surprised." Like it's the sort of thing I would have a conversation with a GM about. But, you know, it's not fucking like I'm going to get up from the table or anything. You know, I'm not going to bring it up in the moment. But I think Vecna talking to them meant as a distraction. It's like I have trouble getting there because a distraction is like, I don't know. Distractions put people on alert. They get them to look somewhere else or to focus on something else, but they inherently put people on alert. And with how close those things happened, he didn't need to make them look somewhere else. They weren't looking at the Vecna cultists that were about to attack Sprig. So there was no reason to do that. Like it only served to put them on alert. I don't know. What's up?
Not all distractions put people on alert. The best distractions wouldn't.
This one definitely did.
Well, that's fair. You were speaking broadly.
I was speaking broadly. That's fair. I think that thank you for showing me where he is would also hit harder if Sprig was injured or downed when he said that. So much better in the other order. Yeah. I'm definitely in the like switch the order. It's substantially better camp. But if Matt wants to be a little chaotic, I'm not gonna begrudge that too much. Like if I asked the GM about that after the game and they were like, "Yeah, I just thought it would be like more fun before the break," I would be like, "Oh man, I disagree. I would have done it the other way, but like I get it." That's about how the conversation would go, and that's about how I feel about it. But,
It's different.
Yeah, that hits as a 20, 25. There we go. That's a 23 points of piercing damage.
Okay.
Oh no.
That one actually misses, a 6 and a 1. It slams into one of the nearby books right behind you, just barely moving past your cheek. Fifth one, that is a 19 exactly.
Yep.
So you take is 20.
Also, is Vecna not here? Because no matter what, this still is like, how is he speaking into all of their minds separately? Is he? Does he have god powers? Like, it's like a legitimate question to me, because I have been operating under the model that he is a resurrected mortal. Like, that is how I have been understanding Vecna. And that the talking into their minds that he did in the Shadowfell was a result of his connection to the Shadowfell. Or his connection to Thar Amphala. Or just a function of something that Thar Amphala can do. Like, that's like a thing he can do when he's in Thar Amphala. Like, I didn't question it at the time because there were enough reasonable explanations for how a mortal could do that in a plane and city that they clearly have so much influence in. I don't know how that's possible in the material, unless he is there, which I don't think is going to be the case. And it's also like, why isn't he there if he's not there? It just brings up a lot of weird questions. I don't know.
24 points of damage.
How many fucking bolts are there?
24.
He might not be able to
They're all
leave
sneak attack.
Darnfalla.
And that is 20.
So another one?
So they're all rogues. Every bolt that's being fired is being fired from a rogue. Because sneak attack is not a general mechanic. That's a rogue.
That's another one.
Okay.
And that one's going to be its.
You know, if I were gonna,
damage.
send an assassin squad, it
You
would be
guys watch
rogues.
as all these bolts
That's fair.
into Sprig's body, and Sprig just falls back unconscious and bleeding in the center of the room. I'm gonna bring out a map now.
Fly, you fools.
No, Sprig!
No!
Darren, it was really great having you on.
It was great. It was fun.
Although, speaking of needing to guard a MacGuffin, like I like that they're going after the key and they have to defend the key. Like that's neat. Super not a fan of how this combat started, but the combat idea itself is cool.
Thanks so much.
Wow, cool.
Oh my. This is a cute house.
Oh, the inside of it.
So, moving the
Oh,
top
there's an
floor
upstairs?
off.
There's crates of apples.
That's so cool.
There's a sack of something in the corner. Oh my god, how are y'all gonna fit in there?
You've got LED lighting.
God.
Sprig
It does have
is
LED
currently
lighting.
unconscious on the ground there.
Yeah, Dwarven Forge.
Percival was there talking. Trinket is off to the side.
Trinket. Where's the imp?
The imp is not currently visible. Let's see. Pike would be over on the side here. Keyleth, Vax, where would you guys see yourselves right now? Actually, tell me where you would be. I think it's
Right next to Keyleth because I was holding her hand.
Right.
That's true.
That's right. Chuck you into the ground.
It's all right. It's fine. It's fine.
Okay, comes back in a day later. Yep. All right, cool. So you're there holding that. Scanlan, where would you be?
Near Sprig-ish.
All right, so I'll put you out there next to the scroll on the ground.
And Matt,
Yes.
could you touch on the map where the bad man touched you? Know where the bad floorboard is?
Yes, actually, I can do that.
None of you know this.
None of you know this except for you, which is actually why I'm not going to show you.
Okay.
You know how to avoid it, but nobody else knows where it is.
Oh shit. The front door is, where's the front door?
Over there?
There.
Front door's
By
right there.
On your right.
Oh boy.
Yeah, it's a groggy right there.
Trees.
These trees need to move.
I know. These trees
No,
are
they're gorgeous.
Burn them.
hey now. Shut your mouth. Oh no.
There's cloaked men everywhere.
And you watch as one that was
No.
up the stairs
Oh, no,
here vanishes up top.
Oh, he actually made it upstairs.
He's upstairs.
Fired and then just ducked down. I'm going to get one roll initiative.
Initiative.
Yes.
Jeebus.
Including you, even though you're on the ground. Yeah.
Gil. Yeah, it's fine.
Gil did just fine for me.
Gil did all right. Natural 20.
I don't trust Gil. I never rolled that dice.
Just rarely. I have, but I got my Matt
Okay.
Colville meteorite.
Give me a top down. Give me a top down. I mean, at the very least, no matter what else is going on with this map, no matter what I would be able to see from a top down, there is a house and there is an outside the house. So at the very least, I would say that there are 5 zones just from making it a house. How these zones connect, depends on where the doors are, where the windows are, all that sort of stuff. There's also a second floor, which means that there is, it's harder to represent in my map notation, but there is kind of a second floor out here that also might be connected, but through different elevations to the lower portions, but is also going to be connected to this portion, but not via line of sight by the stairs. So there's, just by setting it in a house, the map is already like at default, or by setting it in a house, but also including the exterior of the house, the map is going to be far more interesting and dynamic than another similar type of fight. So I don't even really, I'd love to get an upper view so that I could analyze it a little bit more in depth. But even without an in-depth analysis, this battle arena is going to, I think, play more interesting than 75% of Matt's arenas.
25 to 20?
23.
20.
22.
Oh, wow. Okay, so we have Percival. Then we have Grog and Vax. Okay. 20 to 15?
19.
So somebody roll for Pike?
You
Yes,
also
actually.
have 19.
Okay, yeah, Pike's.
You never roll high on initiative.
Also a 19.
Okay.
It's got a very low initiative bonus.
That's all right. Alrighty. Anybody else?
13.
All right. So
12.
Okay. We
I don't know why I did. Like,
I don't know why you
deuces.
like.
Deuces.
Well,
12.
Peace out.
NKOTB.
12. Yeah. 12 initiative.
Right, and Pike.
Wu-Tang out.
It's our next shirt.
And that is going to go to...
Quid, everyone, quid.
Quid.
Quid pro quo.
All right, so top of the combat round. Surprise was done. You watch Sprig just fall to the ground, bolts sticking out of the side of the neck, the shoulder, and the body, just unconscious, now beginning to pool blood underneath where he's bleeding out. And you glance around and you see a series of shaded figures in the windows that all dart out of the way.
Cowards. Dicks.
Oh, they left. The fight's over, everyone.
Percy, you're up first.
Okay, I'm going to. Wow, this is just a lot that happened. I'm going to click my. I'm going to click my boots.
Alrighty.
And I'm going to run up the wall and run upstairs.
All right. Tick, 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 tick. Which, for the purposes of this, I'm going to place the upstairs over here.
Over here.
So, as you dart up, Percival, you run up the stairway there where the one guy you saw was standing.
Is he right there?
Yeah, he just looked out of the way. And there's also one figure that you recognize from the Shadowfell earlier.
Really?
You see one of the kind of ghastly creatures that was darting through the ruins, leaping from rooftop to rooftop. You see it. Its skin is grayish and long, its limbs lanky, its fingers curled in the claws, and this long tongue dangling from its jaws. It's like getting ready to run down the stairs as you charge him, and he goes,
Madness, action surge.
Yay! Manners!
Okay, then.
We're bad at manners until now.
Alrighty, so what's the saving throw on that one?
It's a DC 20 strength check. Oh, no, I'm sorry, no, never mind. It's a...
Ranged attack with an
attack roll
equal to your
Okay, so you have to roll first to
plus
see if you hit
proficiency
it.
bonus. Okay.
Roll to see if you hit it.
18.
18? Yeah, that definitely hits.
All right.
So it hits, and you watch as you pull the spear out and chuck it in the direction of the creature. Pulls its claws back. It slams into its chest and then unravels. And it falls to the ground, prone, unable to move, right there in the middle of the floor.
And just making sure that I can do this. So
is that your action there, doing that?
That was my action surge. I can only do one round, just see if I have anything in a bonus that I can do.
Well, what you spend your action?
My action activating my boots.
Right.
And then my second, my action surge, activating that.
Right.
Do I have anything I can do with a bonus action?
Not really.
I'm just going to turn to the other guy and start and pull the ripcord on the glove, just angrily.
Okay. All right. So you loaded diplomacy. Good. That's your turn, Percy. Grog, you're up.
Me? Oh, can I go into a rage?
Yes, you may.
And he fell where?
I fell right there on the ground, currently bleeding out.
Can I run over to Sprig and shove a help potion into his mouth?
He's in.
Well, I'll run upstairs to see where Percy went.
You run just past Percival, and you see there's one creature bound on the ground, and there's another guy who's there with his crossbow trying to reload, who sees Percival and is like kind of getting ready to pull it up as you leap in front.
Smash him! You mind?
Yeah, please.
Yeah.
Go for it. Roll for double tap.
Reckless. Great. No great weapon master. Just two-handed.
Yeah, just two-handed. Yeah. So
Do it.
Not so
Come on, big money.
30. No minus. No, there's no minus.
There's
Yeah,
no minus.
32.
32 hits. No. Second attack.
What's up, Elfire Eva? Hello! Thank you for the raid. This is... I don't know how long this combat is going to go. Like, I think that there's a lot of opportunity for after the combat. Like, speak with dead. They could get some information about Vecna's potentially current plans, but that would also be risky, given that Vecna seems to be able to spy on them at length, so they probably need to get out of Dodge as quick as possible. But now there's like an active question of like, where can they even go that Vecna cannot track them? Because it seems as though Vecna has scryed on them at least once without them knowing. Get raided. Thank you. Yeah. I don't know. This is interesting. Elf Pyre Raid. Get raided. I don't know how quickly it goes in, how quickly it delivers the notification to me before you guys actually load in. But welcome from the Elf Pyre Raid. We're watching Critical Role episode 105. And I am loving Mr. Sprig, although Sprig just ate 9 crossbow bolts to the chest. So he's not really going to be a factor in this combat, it seems like. Or maybe he will, they'll probably pop him up with like a healing word or something. But this is, it's interesting. Like, Sprig's status as the key, as the MacGuffin, makes me think that he is going to be around for longer. So this feels like an indication to me of, hey, Vecna's gonna be scrying on you, gonna be doing shit. You gotta get some anti-scrying technology. Or at the very least, they gotta head back to Whitestone to get underneath the anti-magic orb. Although, the anti-magic orb also being a portal to the Shadowfell might make me at least a little bit hesitant to use it, even for its anti-scrying technology. It's a really thin line to walk here, man. Really thin line that Matt is walking here. Like, having the villain be able to scry on the party and know their whereabouts is one thing. But also having that villain have the resources to send out parties of minions and or underlings to get you, it kind of, especially now that they have Sprig, like I can fully understand why Vecna would not have, chased after or sent minions after Vox before right now, especially if he thought, for some reason, I don't know why he would think this, I guess if he could scry on them in the Fields of Elysium, or Fields of Renewal in Elysium? If he could scry on them while they were talking to Pelor, then he would know the plan, so he would know that they're going to get the key. So then he would say, okay, I'll hold off on sending my minions until they get the key, or until they lead me to the key. But that also kind of implies that he couldn't see the map that Pelor gave them. Otherwise, he could have just gone there himself or sent minions there ahead of Vox Machina. Because I'm assuming he teleported the minions here. Maybe they were just off by a little bit. Like they missed a little bit. That can happen with the spell teleport. But now it's just like a kind of an active question, to me at least, of how, as the GM, is Matt going to justify Vecna not just flooding them with minions, right? He is an incredibly powerful caster. Oh, base level scrying, first line says same plane of existence. Okay, so he couldn't have scryed on them at Pelor. So, I guess he just, he saw them come back with purpose. So he just assumed that they were doing something interesting, I suppose. I don't know. It's not that hard of a leap for me to make. But now, how is Matt going to justify Vecna not just flooding them with minions all the time? Because teleport's only a 7th level spell. I mean, I say only, but Vecna was whipping out power word kill. So we know that he is, at least has access to 9th level spells, which I think would give him 2 7th level spells? Let me see. It would be 2. Well, it could only be 1. It could only be 1 if he's not a 20th level. If he's not level 20. I think he probably is level 20, though. But I guess that would be the justification. As long as we say that he only has 1 7th level spell. Oh, but he could use the 8th or 9th levels to teleport them. I don't know. That's what I'm thinking about if I'm the GM. If I'm constructing this as Matt, this conceit that Vecna's scrying on them, and he's going to use the information from that scrying to send minions after them because he's not going to go himself. You have to really contend with, like, how is he doing that? Because these minions kind of could have, at least in my view, kind of could have only gotten here via teleport. Like, there's no teleportation circle, certainly. There's no... Oh, and I will also say it's like this spell instantly transports you and update willing creatures. So, I don't know. Maybe there's a different teleportation spell that I'm not aware of that would help here. I'm just going to look up teleport and see if anything else interesting comes up. No, just the 7th level spell. I don't know. Matt's walking kind of a dangerous line here with, like, Vecna can speak into their minds. He's been scrying on them and he never failed to scry, which, he's an incredibly powerful wizard. Makes sense that he, hasn't failed to scry. That's not that crazy to me. But he's been scrying. He has all these minions. He is... Yeah, I don't know. Right now, his resources seem kind of limitless. And they're obviously not limitless. But I am very concerned at the moment about how any time that they have to themselves, like any time that they have where Vecna is not actively up their asshole, feels at this point like it needs a justification. Because after the start and the characterization of this combat, it feels to me like the only reason that Vecna couldn't have sent people after them earlier was just because he didn't want to, right? It doesn't seem like he couldn't. It seems like, he was just waiting until they found Sprig. And then there was a little bit of time in between them finding Sprig and like and the cultists showing up. But it implies that he either got pretty lucky with the scrying or that he's just had people following them. So he scries on them occasionally. Once he saw them back on the material plane, he immediately teleported some people after them, but it would have had to have been after they were at the forest, unless the people can teleport multiple times, or they also had windwalk. Like if the rogues got windwalked here, like there's just a lot. I don't know, man. It's there's a ton of ways that I can justify this scene occurring and playing out as it currently is, but its presence sets up a lot of questions in my head about, like, Vecna's capabilities and how the party could possibly avoid him. Even just for the near future. Like, I'm sure that they could go back and talk to Gilmore and, get some anti-scrying halo or whatever. Like, that seems like an open possibility to me. But until then, I don't know how Matt justifies not just throwing more and more and more minions at them once this fails. If it fails. I mean, I guess they might just kill Sprig here and then, it's neither here nor there. We can just say Vecna doesn't care about killing Vox Machina, but he did care about killing Sprig. And that would be fine. But if Sprig lives, I don't know how we go about creating a scenario where Vecna's not just, like, constantly throwing enemies at them to do this. I don't know. Yeah, because Vecna, Matt can conceivably say it's something custom, but that's dangerous. It's very dangerous. It's dangerous. easy. There's a fairly high level wizard cultist that comes with the rogues and is hiding. That's not solving the problem. Like, that is the actual problem that I'm like looking at here, that I'm trying to think about here, is like Vecna has too many resources. Vecna has so many resources that it is difficult for me to understand how Matt will justify Vecna not just throwing resources at them in a never-ending slog. Like, how can they go and get anti-scrying technology with the resources that Vecna appears to wield? That's the part that's worrying me. Yeah. Vecna throwing down a 9th level gate. Yeah. He could also use 2 7s to teleport him and others and then teleport himself out. It's true. If I was to guess, teleport and Matt overlooked to ignore the specifics requiring the caster to travel too. That's super possible that's the case, but you know, that just like I said, I can think of ways that this scene can make sense, but any way that I think about it just implies such resources at Vecna's disposal that I don't know how you deal with that as a DM, of like giving them moments where they're not just flooded by Vecna minions. Yeah, Vecna logically is just gonna slam them now, and it's hard to imagine a reason not to. That is my point. Yeah, Vecna was also a high level wizard. Vecna could have a few more who can cast teleport. Absolutely. I mean, yeah, that makes it even worse. Like, any explanation I come up with for this scene is like, goddamn, how are they going to deal with this? How can they deal with this? The way that I can see, and the way that I hope, is that Sprig has some sort of defense. That's my hope, is that maybe Sprig has some sort of anti-scrying technology. He has a ring of telekinesis. It would not surprise me if he had a bauble that was anti-scrying, and then they just need to go somewhere else with Sprig and the bauble to lose Vecna. This could be a very roundabout way of finally delivering anti-scrying technology to them, and the implication that they would have gotten overwhelmed with minions might be part of the point. It might be part of Matt saying, like, hey, you really need this anti-scry technology. Even if you and Sprig separate, you need to be prepared for this sort of thing. So, you know, there's something there, maybe. But, I don't know. Your point changed over time. That's fair. When I said wizard, you were only stuck on Vecna having to come with. Nah, yeah, I mean, you know, Vecna would have to come with via the letter of the spell, but even if we hand wave that, there's a deeper issue, yeah. Maybe he needs to keep some resources for other schemes. That's an absolutely reasonable thing to say. I don't know how you communicate that to your players. Like, I don't know how you make it feel right that he had the resources to execute this mission, but he does not have the resources to execute this mission tomorrow or even later today. Unless they beeline it to getting anti-scrying technology, right? Maybe I can see a justification that lasts until the end of the day. But by the end of the day, by the time of a long rest, Vecna should be fully back up. So if they don't have anti-scrying technology by the end of the long rest, I struggle to see the justification. Vecna might be occupied with the rest of the ritual to become a god, so he won't commit all of his forces against Vox Machina. Again, that lives in the world of, like, reasonable, but he's committed enough to directly talk to them. He had to scry on them at least once before they actually found him. Presumably, he's been scrying on them more than once. Like, this only needs one to work. Like to work, like, technically and mechanically. But, like, within reason, within the fiction, the likelihood that he just so happened to scry on them for the first time, just out of nowhere, I guess, when they were in the forest that Sprig is in, not when they were flying in Windwalk, not when they were in Whitestone before that, not any time that they were on a different plane and scrying wouldn't have worked. So I think it's more reasonable to say that he is possibly like, he's probably like 2 or 3 or 4 scries down the hole. He's given Vox quite a lot of attention so far. Just by like the feasibility of this situation, he would have had to have committed a bit of time. And he committed something just to taunting them. And if he cares enough to do all of that for Sprig, and they escape with Sprig, I don't know how you justify him not just doing that again. Right? If Sprig dies, absolutely. Why does Vecna care about Vox? He doesn't. But if Sprig lives, which I think he will, how do you justify him not committing at least the same amount of resources again, if not more? You know? It's tough. There is no fair fight between demigods and sorta almost a god. Yes, which is why you gotta be careful about it as a GM. And why I'm actively pondering this. I'm not even saying that I don't think Matt doesn't have a plan. Or that I think Matt doesn't have a plan. Matt could absolutely have a plan for everything I'm talking about here. I just can't imagine what it is. The only thing I can imagine, and probably what I would do, is have Sprig have anti-scrying technology. That way you can justify how, like, okay, Vecna would expend these resources to go and get Sprig, and Sprig was hiding. That's how Vecna couldn't scry on him in the first place. That's why he needed Vox to lead Vecna, to lead him to Sprig. It makes sense to me that Sprig would have anti-scrying technology. And then you just have Sprig share that with Vox. And now we're in the green. Because if once Vecna can't pinpoint their location, it still matters how many resources he has, but at the very least, the party can hide. Now, maybe they need to hide Whitestone again. There's a question of, is Vecna going to go after their friends and family? He hasn't seen their friends and family, so he doesn't really know what they look like, so he probably couldn't scry on them. Right now, as long as you can hide Vox Machina from Vecna's eyes, or eye, as long as you can hide them, a rat can evade a boot, right? It stops mattering as much that there's this extreme power and resource disparity between them, as long as they can hide. But when they can't hide, if I had a fucking Rainbow Six Siege pulse sensor where I can see heartbeats through the wall, that rat is not winning. And it's not going to be like a fun or interesting story for how the rat loses. I look at everywhere it goes to hide, and then I walk over there and I try to stomp it until I win. There's nothing it can do. So they need a way to hide. I think that is like, and they need it this long rest. I think. Unless Matt has thought of something that I haven't, which is super possible. I understand why someone doesn't have infinite resources, but I agree that you need to communicate that tension, yet the PCs wouldn't be in the room for that. On TV, it's easy because we just see the pressure the villain is under. 100%, Sarah. 100%. It's so much easier if you're on TV, or even if you're working with a what the players don't see, a Bria Iyengar type mechanic. At least what I assume that to be. I've heard it third person. I've never seen her actually do it. But I assume it's like a cutscene that the PCs were not there for. you know, if you're working with cutscenes, that's still an option that is available to you. But Matt is almost always, I can't think of a cutscene that he's done, really. So he doesn't have that tool in his toolbox. I guess you could have another NPC come in and say, I distracted Vecna for a while. That could be, hey, maybe that's why our tagging comes back in. That could work. It would need to be convincing, but it could work.
31 hits. So we're gonna roll damage for both.
That's a lot. Okay, so they're not giants, so I just roll a d10. It's a 10. Rage damage. 25.
25 damage on the first hit.
I'm also interested. I'm also very interested, Ross, because it's like it's the sort of problem that I can see me just not coming to an answer on, but there definitely being an answer to. This isn't like I don't think there's a way to do it. It is I can't think of one. And that might mean that it doesn't exist, but it also very easily could mean I just can't think of it and Matt did. So we'll see.
The first one?
All right.
I don't know.
Second one?
24.
Yeah.
Nice.
Wow.
All right, so with your hammer, two hands, whack right across the side of its head. You see the jaw kind of unhinge from the side, and as he pulls back, it's kind of hanging a little loosely there, and the skin is like, and the second hit, you clock right in the side of the temple, and it nearly goes unconscious, and kind of picks itself up again. Gets its crossbow ready. It's still holding.
Whoa.
It's not down yet, but it's hurt badly. You can see now, up close, you can see these figures there. They're dressed in very tight black leathers, cloaks enshrouding their body. The hood is still up, but you've knocked it back, and there you see what looks to be a human male in his like late 40s, early 50s. The head is shaved, completely bald. What looks to be a tattoo of like some sort of black tendrils around the left eye. The left eye is missing from the socket.
Black tendrils. Okay, cool. That's my turn.
That's your turn. All right, Grog's done. Vax, you're up.
Okay, let's talk this out. Click the Boots of Haste. I think with 120 feet of movement, I can blur up the stairs to where Percy is in probably like 50 or 60 feet, and then finish that movement and go past the guy out the window with all of my movement.
You can.
In 120 feet or less.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm doing that.
There's also a window here, a window here, a window here. Just so you guys know, a window here.
Definitely understand. Want to go up, blur up the stairs, shoot past Percy, shoot past that guy out the window.
All right, you're on the balcony now, looking right about here.
Do I already see those guys?
Make a perception check.
19 plus 14 is a hell of a lot.
9 plus 14, yeah, you do see them. Okay. And you glance down, you can see they're like hiding amongst bushes, and they're specifically stealthed, but you are just keen enough to see where they're placed.
I stealth, hide. Bonus action to hide.
Okay.
I'm gonna use luck. That's better. 27.
27, no, okay. You're not sure they see you or not, but...
All right, and then from this spot, if they're in range, I'm going to throw Whisper at one of them.
Okay, well, right now you are currently, let's say, for instance, you're up here.
Yeah.
So you glance off and you can barely see one that's kind of over the edge of the roof right there. It's the only one you can see.
But I can see them, I can ignore 3/4 cover because of sharpshooter, so I see one.
So you only see, barely see the edge of one there. Sharpshooter, I'd say yeah. Because you have sharpshooter, you can. So you can take both if you want.
So for the one that I can see hidden, I will try to throw Whisper, and I'm gonna sneak attack him, hopefully sneak attack him in Banfire.
Okay.
Okay, so that is a 28.
28, okay, yeah, he does not see you.
Okay.
So you have advantage on that if you want to roll again.
Right. Natural 20.
Whoa!
Natural 20.
Punch him in the face.
Okay, then.
Okay, 3. 4. 7, 10, 12, 17, 19, 25, 27.
11.
Oh, yeah.
She's
typical Pike.
after me, so I could.
Well, no, but Sprig is right after Scanlan. He's before we are, so I'd rather get him up before.
Yeah.
I thought.
So on that one is 60 on that guy.
60 points of damage?
Yes, and I bamf there.
Okay.
You're
As you chuck the dagger, and it's like right towards where the center of the shoulder blades connect in the back. He watches the crossbow that he had kind of drops to the ground, and he crumbles over on top of it, but he's starts getting to his feet out of the bushes. He looks really, really hurt, but he's still standing.
Okay, so I did.
And you appear right next to him there.
So I did movement. I hit for my bonus. I have action as a paladin and action. So that was
attack as a paladin.
Attack as a paladin.
And
And my bonus attack. So let's say it was the first of attack. So
okay.
Now I'll just do a regular attack, which is a 20.
Attack, and switch.
Attack. He got those boots back. I'm just because you really needed them.
30.
30 hits.
And that is a 10, and I'm going to pump him full of poison. He has to make a DC check on 15.
Break it down now, y'all.
That is a 7. No, 4 plus 3.
So he also gets. So that was 10 plus 14 total, 20 total between the dagger and the poison. 20.
So the dagger, the second dagger, you shove him in the side, and he goes to spin with the heavy crossbow and try and pull away. And as soon as the poison pulses through, he goes, and you see blood just vomit in the front of his chest as his eyes roll back, and he twinges and falls to the ground.
Yeah,
dead.
And there's another guy there who can see me, right?
Yeah, and he's hidden, but he's like,
Whisper.
Okay, yeah, he's like trying to see that you're not being seen.
That is 31, yeah, okay. So that is 2 plus 8 is 10 plus psychic damage. 18.
18?
Bamf there with Whisper.
Okay. Alrighty. And so you hit him and you stand there right in front of him now.
Good.
This is a really interesting factor to a D&D combat that I have not thought about before. Because these guys are chumps. But they set up and properly executed an ambush that did down Sprig. But because they didn't overkill him, and presumably, I mean, at least the way that Matt is running it, only like the last crossbow is the thing that downed him. It did exactly enough damage, which is... It's an interesting factor of an ambush, though, that if you... As long as the damage is delivered in a few big chunks, you can quasi-guarantee that the target is just going to go down rather than dying. So you can execute an ambush combat where all of the NPCs ambush and focus their fire on one target, and as long as it is sufficiently few sources of damage, because you don't want to risk them hitting the target while the target is downed, because that's 2 death save fails. There's something kind of interesting there. You can also, this is like a little cheesy, but I think it makes sense. You can say that, like, in this case, they all shot through the windows, and Sprig probably fell prone when he went unconscious. Like, when he went downed, he would have fallen prone, taking him out of line of sight of any remaining bolts. So then you can actually just have as many bolts as you want. You don't need to worry about, like, the sufficiently few sources of damage, but you don't have to worry about Sprig getting overkilled. And then you can start the combat with one player-sided participant downed and have it be still a pretty tense combat, even against a bunch of chumps like this. It's kind of a weird quirk of D&D's combat system in, like, putting them into death saves rather than, counting, like, negative HP or something. But there is kind of that line there. Yeah, I don't know. Sorry, I'm kind of just thinking out loud about this because it's an interesting conceit, especially from the perspective of Sprig being a MacGuffin that they have to defend. That makes it extra interesting to me.
Alrighty. That ends your go. As you appear over on the other side, you realize that over in the clearing there is another one of the robed figures. This one, clutching what looks to be a long, black, smooth staff that crooks over in the front to what looks like a hand holding an eye.
What?
Oh, shit! Oh, no!
There were more of them.
But you guys don't know that yet.
You guys don't know that yet, just him.
So
Alright, any turn backs?
I didn't even say that yet.
Alright, that guy on the ground is going to try and break free of the...
The guy you're against?
that is a...
I'm on the corner of the house. You guys don't know
17,
this.
DC 20?
DC 20.
Yeah, it struggles on the ground and just can't seem to break free of the current magic manacles that hold it in place.
Norkin, yeah, he's stuck.
Yep, down.
I love that we have floors.
Another one of these darts through the window, leaps across the way, right in front of Sprig, and you being right there, Scanlan goes, lashes out at you.
He's going for Sprig, he's going for Sprig.
He's going for Scanlan.
But because Scanlan's over Sprig.
Oh, that's fair.
Makes 2 claw strikes at you. First one is 16 to hit?
Yes.
All right. You suffer 8 points of slashing damage. I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Oh boy.
Do we still have our temporary? No, we lost our
Great.
We slept.
That's right.
16.
16? Okay.
Is it magical?
No, it's not magical. But you feel this kind of pulse of some sort of necrotic disease type hit your system, and you just manage to shrug it off.
Oh, no.
The other claw comes towards you.
Scanlan.
That's a natural 20.
Vacation Scanlan has resistance.
That is 30 points of slashing damage. On the second hit, make another saving throw, please.
That's 17.
17. The second strike hits you, and you feel as the side of your torso gets torn out of the side, and blood kind of splatters on the Sprig, who's already kind of bloody, and so now there's no blood on no blood. And as you reach for your side, however, it does not take effect. You manage to shrug off.
Oh. Woo, doctor.
Alrighty, that ends.
Was it Constitution saving throw?
Yeah, that ends the Shadowgast's turn. Sprig, I need you to make a death saving throw, please. Roll a d20.
Come on, Sprig.
Come on, Sprig.
Come on, buddy.
Come on.
14.
Okay, so you're okay for now. You're stabilizing. You're not bleeding out yet. So mark a success on your death saving throws there. Scanlan, what are you doing?
I am going to bonus action down here.
Oh, there it is.
Success. One.
Actually, here, before he does that, what are you doing?
I'm going to heal him first.
Okay, so that roll actually wouldn't matter because he may heal you before you come up.
Yes.
So yeah,
I
don't
will
worry about
bonus action healing word him, second level.
Okay, so
I will sing to him. I'll do a little line dance right in front of him, and I'll say, I'll heal your heart, your achy breaky heart. I just don't think you'll understand that if I heal your heart, your achy breaky heart, you gotta wake up and kill a man.
If only you had used Mage Hand.
All right, so Mr. Seal?
Oh, I got
13.
So you heal 13 hit points. So that roll doesn't matter. You hear this echoing song in the back of your head. You know, the second song today you've heard from your childhood. And you come to consciousness, and you wake up and look around you, and you can see him singing to you as this giant, horrible, kind of necrotic creature is looming right in front of you. You have metal bolts sticking out of your chest, and an old sensation you haven't felt in a long time courses through your body, which is the need to survive. So what are you doing your turn?
Wait, it's my turn still.
It is. Both of you guys at the same time. So
So I will hold my turn.
What are you gonna do?
Dimension door, but I'm holding until either Pike or Keyleth heals him more.
Okay.
And I will also say to him, "Old man, do you have some fight left in you?"
I hope so.
Okay. Hold that thought for 1 second.
Holding.
Okay, so what are you doing?
Now, there's a bookcase, is there not?
There's bookcases here, bookcase there. There's just books strewn and clustered in these corners.
I'd like to, if I could, use the ring of telekinesis to pull a bookcase down upon an attacker.
Okay, currently, there are, we'll see, a bunch of books up here on the shelf. You can pull them down to him if you'd like.
I would like to do that.
Okay, so from the ground, you and yank a bunch of heavy tomes off of this large shelf. It goes flying towards this creature. I'm going to make this a dexterity saving throw for it.
The hand is mightier than the
all of
bookcase security.
What's the DC on the telekinesis ring?
Where was it? Ring of telekinesis.
Pull it up real fast. Looking up magical items.
I don't have it. It just says ring of
telekinesis. That's okay, I have it here. Oh, it's for spell telekinesis? That's right. What's your spell DC? Top there.
17.
17. Okay, no, that's a failure. All right, so for this, go ahead and roll 3d6.
Okay.
He fails.
The guy fails. You didn't dodge the bag. He's like, he's pummeled from behind by a bunch of tomes, books, and random glass bottles that were on the shelf that shatter against the back of its head.
That away. We have a 6, we have a 5, and we have a 2.
Alrighty, and then add your intelligence modifier.
My intelligence modifier is a 4.
Whoa.
All right, so the total there is 17. Nice. So 17 points of damage to that one. As you slam it in the back of the head, and it kind of doubles over and at you, its long tongue kind of slashing around. You're still on the ground, and it's over you. Is there anything else you want to do in your turn?
Demetri!
You hear nothing.
Not cool.
Can I cast something? Or is that?
That is an action to do that. So if you have a bonus action spell, you can do that.
I believe I do. The Tasha's Hideous Laughter?
I believe that's an action to
That
cast,
is an action casting? I don't think we have any bonus action, so I'm just... Oh, are there any healing potions I can use my telekinesis to get a healing potion?
I just want to confirm really quick. Tasha's Hideous Laughter, that's a wizard spell, right? Is it a wizard and a warlock spell, though? I know it's a wizard. It's like a level 1 or 2 wizard. Arcane Trickster Rogue. Look at that. Aha. It is on Gulak. Interesting. It's not normally on Warlock, but it is on Great Old One. Interesting.
To me.
As you can do that next round right now. Yeah, the attack was your one action. You can stand on your feet if you'd like to.
No, I'm going to stay right here.
Okay, got it. That ends your turn. Now, these guys go again.
No. Well, that's good. They're at a disadvantage now to hit you.
No.
They are, because you're prone.
Yeah.
These guys are going to move in.
You're prone to failure, it seems.
This guy's still standing. Is going to go ahead and drop the crossbow and pull out his short sword.
Oh, God.
He's going to go ahead and attack you, Grog, first. That is 13.
It's like you should get injured for
and a 27.
That does it.
All right, you take, that's 4. It's 9 points of slashing damage, reduced to 5, yeah. Round down, so it's 4 damage.
Although, if he was a Gulak, it doesn't actually address the whole life extension thing. So that would have to be a soft thing, because like Gulak does not get their life naturally extended like Undying does. But it could also be, maybe he just wanted maybe wanted a different spell, or maybe he's actually an Arcane Trickster Rogue. I don't know.
So, struck twice, missed both. Both of these guys are going to fire at. One's going to fire at Sprig on this end because that's their goal here with disadvantage. That is.
Yeah, so I only wrote it in the fucking in the chat, or sorry, in my notes. Ring of Telekinesis is fucking nuts. We ran a level 10 one shot, I believe, or level 8 maybe. And then our DM said we could have one rare and one very rare, I believe, and Ring of Telekinesis was my very rare. It's bonkers. It's like the main thing I used during the session. Like, I still definitely used some of my class abilities. But Ring of Telekinesis is just, you can cast a 5th level spell at will forever, as much as you want. You can fly with it. You can cast telekinesis on yourself and lift yourself up into the air. Now, it's concentration, but like, it's Ring of Telekinesis is a bonkers item. I mean, it's, very rare items normally are in D&D, but that one was, I took a silly item and I took a good item, and the Ring of Telekinesis was my good item.
is a 16. What's your AC again?
My AC is 19.
19. So yeah, just darts over you and misses, hits the side of the wall. The other guy's gonna strike again with disadvantage. That's it. All right, that's a 14. And you see the other guy pulling back the crossbow and fire. You roll out of the way and into the wooden flooring right next to you. These two.
Are there any traps that they hit?
No. There's that one back there is gonna go ahead and attack you, Vax, because you're right there in front of it. That's gonna be a 13. Does not hit. Second strike. Another 13. Both the short sword attacks. You just duck out of the way and dodge, moving around very quickly. Alrighty, those two right there. One of them is going to, this is all that you got upscaling, they're both going to fire 2 bolts directly at you. That is a 16 to hit.
That hits.
Okay, and the second one is a 24.
Everything hits.
Alrighty.
For the love of Pete's Dragon.
You are currently in base to base with one of their companions, so they both get sneak attack on you. That is 19 points of piercing damage from the first hit. The second one is 24 points of piercing damage from the second hit. And then they both duck around the side here.
What was the second one? 24. Okay, got it.
Yeah, and they both will say they vanish from sight. You're not quite sure where they are right now. Those two also duck out of sight. You're not quite sure where they are either. Okay, that ends their go. Now, the guy in the back right there who noticed Vax show up is going to, as you slaughter one of the guys and stab the other one, is going to angrily go ahead and use.
The only thing I'll say is that Helm of Teleportation requires you to need to teleport somewhere. Once I didn't have to spend a spell slot to cast telekinesis, I found literally unlimited ways to use it. Like, I used it less often than I wanted to because I didn't want to be annoying at the table. But literally, it's good in combat, it's good out of combat, it's good literally like in every scenario. I even used it in several social situations. I just I couldn't stop finding ways to use it, which is one of the things that really sort of characterizes power for me, is like, because the Helm of Teleportation, absolutely very powerful item. I'm not going to disagree with you there. But it does require that you want to travel somewhere. And that you don't want to, that a misty step isn't better. So it's still very good, but I don't think it would feel as bonkers to play as something like the Ring of Telekinesis. I used it to throw the body of a young dragon as a bludgeoning weapon at its mother. We were trying to intimidate someone in the session that I was playing, and I used it purely to restrain him and as a aid to an intimidation check. I used it at one point to lift the very low body of one of my party members. They had just gone down, and then someone threw them a healing word, and I used it to lift them out of the combat and into a tree where the enemies couldn't get to them, because they were surrounded by 4 enemies that all would have gotten attacks of opportunity, 3 enemies that all would have gotten opportunity attacks and almost certainly downed them if they hadn't used disengage. But I could just telekinesis them out and get them to safety, and then they could still use their action on their turn. Yes, it was an action every time I did it, but I just found so many use cases where being able to lift 1,000... I lifted a safe out of someone's office, and I threw it out a window so that we could take it with us. And then I just picked it up because it's less than 1,000 pounds, and we were just running away from the house while I was carrying the safe along behind us. I was like, we'll pick it open later. I legitimately had to restrain myself because I just saw, as I was playing, it was just infinite uses I could find. Oh, man. It seems telekinesis at will would be potentially game disruptive. I'd be using it all the time to lift my bags and also go anywhere and do everything. That's what I was doing. And it was super fun for a one-shot. I would be a little bit more careful about it in a regular game. It would depend on the power scaling of the rest of the party, if there are any limitations on it, if it's the reward for a long quest or whatever. For a one-shot, it was silly and fun. But for a campaign, I would, and I think on a guest PC, same thing. You can be a little bit silly and fun as long as he doesn't give it to them afterward. But
Blight on you. Can you go ahead and make a Constitution saving throw, please?
Oh shit. Natural 20.
Hey!
Oh, fucking did! Big pro guy!
Alrighty. That does half the damage, so.
Still up. I feel like a natural 20 should not have failed this, but that's my.
I know, right?
That's
Only a natural
21 points of necrotic damage to you.
Alrighty.
And it's going to 4, 5, 6. Huh. Alrighty. That ends his turn. Vex, you're up.
I'm gonna run over to the window that those guys just disappeared from.
Or this way or this way?
Right there, yeah. Can I see that motherfucker? Can I see him run past the window?
You know what? Yes, because he was not stealthing. So you watch as he darts by, and you would have a shot, yeah.
All right, then I'm gonna shoot at him.
Go for it.
I'm gonna hunter's mark him.
Alrighty, look at that.
And Trinket doesn't have enough movement to get over by him, does he?
No, but Trinket can attack whatever's in your area too.
Okay. I'm going to attack him with my bramble shot.
Okay, go for it.
With the blazing bowstring.
Alrighty.
Ooh, yeah, and that's a 31.
31, that hits.
Yes. Okay. Oh, I don't get. Do I get sneak attack on him? I don't, do I?
No.
Damn. Well, at least I got hunter's mark. Okay.
Hey man, I realized something too. I never shot out the wings, so I shouldn't have had as much movement as I did, so I think we should take the damage back from my last attack.
You can block 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50 to get up to the top there.
Okay.
So you're double speed, you're at 60, through the dagger and through the dagger. So you're fine. It still works out.
Okay, 28 plus my 4d8 piercing damage. Ah, that's balls.
You're on deck, just so you know.
7, 9 plus 9 is 37. 37 points of damage.
First arrow hits in the stomach, kind of doubles forward and pulls back now, kind of glancing over and saw you rush up and couldn't get out in time, and now it's going to try and back up as you're taking the second shot.
Does he roll a DC of over 17? A strength save?
Actually rolls a natural 17, literally.
All right. All right.
Strength save?
Strength save.
-1 strength modifier. Oh, silly necromancer. You and your strength of 9. All right, so he is currently entangled with the brambles as the vines wrap around and kind of pull him in almost near the tree, like, and you see the stab's like pulled close to his chest.
Nice. Then I'm going to shoot him. Oh wait, I didn't add my blazing bowstring damage. 8 more for the
8 more
blazing
damage,
bowstring. And then I'm going to shoot him again. I'm just asking, do you get sneak attack damage if they're restrained?
You do, yeah.
Nice.
So you can do that. You have advantage in the attack, remember, because he's restrained.
That's okay. 8 plus 14 is what?
Yeah, that hits.
Okay, good. Oh gosh, okay. Okay. 10, 11, 12. 13 plus sneak attack. 13. What is that? Oh, 10. So 23, and then hunter's mark.
Alrighty.
Plus 1. 24.
24, nice. The second arrow hits right in the throat, and you can see it. It isn't anything vital, but you can see blood's already starting to pour out. And one of the things, if you were to pull it out, it'd probably be very bad. He's leaving it right now. He's looking pretty rough.
Okay.
The necromancer?
Yeah. Alrighty, then it's your turn.
I'm going to step away from the window.
Okay, that's away from the window. Like,
no, like against the wall.
Against the wall there?
Yeah,
okay.
like
You push the table back a bit, book almost falls on top. What's Trinket doing?
Trinket is going to run over to Sprig and Scanlan.
Up to Scanlan or to the guy who's there?
Just to the guy.
Okay.
Just try to like growl at him and scare him because he can't attack.
Right, so you're
technically now engaged with the bear, so if he walks away from the bear, gets attacked.
That's true. All right, then it's your turn. String is right in front of the creature. Keith, what are you doing?
Okay, in my weird emotional panic, Keithlith is gonna just turn and look around, and she sees Vex firing a bow and Sprig down on the floor, and she's upset, and she's just gonna scream at the top of her lungs and do a firestorm around the building. Just, and then I'm just gonna go poof where I think people might be in my rage.
Okay. So around the building?
Around the building.
Where?
Sorry, Vax, I don't really know you're there, but around here,
do it, girl.
and
So
around
you're
here,
doing
and I see, I'm sure I see Vax shooting at things, right? I'm gonna try and
8. Where are you going?
around.
So you have like right here.
Here.
Right. So you see.
Around and that way.
All right. Okay. So you didn't see Vax outside.
No.
And you don't know
He
where
didn't
anybody.
hit.
Right. You saw Vax from upstairs.
I just know there were people shooting through this
That
window
wall and around that side.
through this
So you're just doing
window.
the perimeter here?
So I'm doing the perimeter around.
Do it, go sick.
Okay. So.
I mean, look, the other player is giving their approval. The other player's a rogue, so if they make the save, they're dodging all of the damage. Reasonable thing to do.
So tell me squares to 10, right?
It's 10 by 10s.
Okay. These two here. Get
Yeah,
caught in it, as well as Vax and that guy there.
What about the magician guy?
If she's doing a perimeter, no.
Did you know that I was shooting somebody?
She doesn't see the magician. Doesn't know where it is. The magician. Prestige. Which means if it's either half or nothing.
Yeah, 10 2 by 2s. Yeah.
Yes.
What do I have to match?
Her DC, which is 21, right?
21.
So.
That's good. That's good.
Oh yeah, way higher than
Oh,
that.
you're
Yeah,
good.
So yes, you take damage. You just duck out of the firestorm just in time for
I
death.
have 2 more d10s.
Yeah, dexterity, save man. Area effect. Smoky D10 and spiky D10.
Yeah, man. Dude, literally anyone else in the party would have given me more pause. If Vax is the only one that is at risk, hell yeah, throw down that firestorm. Rogues have evasion for a fucking reason. Make them use it.
Okay, and I reroll 1s, and none of these are 1s, unfortunately, but there's a 10, there's a 16, or a 10, 8, which is 18.
Unless you're a wildfire druid.
6, so that brings me to 24, 26.
I just noticed the little lanterns glowing. Bravo.
26,
Bravo to
28,
Dwarf Order.
20,
It's your house. I mean,
It's true. You torches you have in there.
6 is 34.
What are
plus
energy conscious? Those LEDs?
39. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 39 damage. 39 fire damage.
39 damage. This guy
And then do I
incinerates.
do extra? Wait, what do I do? What do I do?
He just
No, I
screams and
roll-
burns. He managed to dodge partway out, but even the partial damage just burns. And you see him run off into the forest, like 10 or so steps on fire, like stuntman shot, and a movie before just on the ground and just smolders there in the distance. Those two guys take it. What was the amount again? That was 30.
39.
39.
And they're on fire.
It's hard to stealth when you're on fire.
All right, so they're both on fire.
So that was my action. I'm gonna do that out of my staff as I slam it down. I'm gonna look at Sprig and say, God damn it, Sprig! And I'm just gonna use that as my healing word. And I'm gonna cast healing word at 2nd level,
Alrighty.
which is 2d4. How many d4s?
That's a replacement.
Oh.
2 green one.
Ooh. 5 plus 6, so 11 points to you.
Alrighty.
And then I'm gonna use my free action that I have to turn into a fire elemental.
Good free action.
Yeah, changing into stuff that's on a bonus, it's just a free action. To change into my V-shape that's Circle of the Moon, bitch!
Calling your fiance
a bitch?
No!
I think it's a bonus action. I think she's wrong. Oh no. I'm actually not sure. I don't know if it's a bonus action or if it's later. I'm actually curious. I mean, I know. Why am I pausing? They're gonna find it.
Just saying, you know.
At the end, because I feel like I can call you a bitch.
Combat wild shape.
Circle the moon.
Combat wild shape makes it a bonus action as opposed to an action.
Oh.
That's the difference.
Biatch.
So you did so.
I would like to retract my bitch.
All right, so I'm just healed.
So just Keyless still. All right, so any turn? Okay. All right, so it's Keyless turn ends with Mr. Pikes. The entire exterior perimeter of this part of the house is on fire. Flames are now starting to catch as dry wood. The entire building is made from wood of the forest.
Wood.
So your home is now in flames.
Wait, hang on, wait, no. I'm doing the perimeter. It's magical fire. I did think about this, which is why I didn't attack the guy in the house.
Oh, if you napalm the
serious.
forest, the trees. will probably
Wait,
catch
the trees,
fire.
but not the.
That's a quick jump, though.
All right.
The house.
Then over to the perimeter, that is on the outside of the house. It's not like an blazing inferno, but it's starting to catch. Like this, like flames are starting to lick up the side.
Save it. End it quick. We can save it.
Okay.
Firestorm's a dangerous spell.
Let's try to save those books before they.
Like less than a second. Like this is like same turn. I don't know. It's tough because with the way that she described it, I was a little worried that this might be a thing, that she's going to be burning down his house. Fire damages objects in the area, and nice found objects that are being worn or carried. If you choose plant life in the area. I'm sorry, huh? If you choose plant life in the area is unaffected by this spell? That's crazy. Do that. But also that wouldn't save the house. But it's also kind of like the area of the storm consists of up to 10 10-foot cubes, which you can range as you wish. Like, it's so hard for me because I honestly don't even like want to defend or I don't want to attack like giving big or kind of unforeseen consequences to your players. I do it all the time. It's one of my favorite things to do. But if it's negative, and especially if you think that the player like thought through it and thought that that wouldn't happen, you have to be like ironclad in your logic. And I am going to assume that no part of the house was in the area because that's what Marisha just said. She thought about it. That's why she didn't attack the guy in the house. Which, like, to me is like, you know, he's like, oh, it's starting to catch. It's like from freaking what? Like all of the flammable things that she hit would be starting to catch. She could have excluded plant life, in which case nothing would have caught, but never we mind. Even if some of the trees caught on fire, that jump does not happen in less than 6 seconds. Like you could say the foliage is lighting on fire it's a risk that it might make now it is a risk that it might make the jump to the house. Like I think Matt would be fully reasonable to say that, to be like, the trees are lighting on fire. You're seeing with the wind blowing, some of the embers are drifting towards the house. You know, foreshadowing this potential circumstance. But I don't know. It's tough. Sometimes I feel like he is a skosh harsh just to make it feel more like dynamic and kind of like just for the sake of it, without being like as ironclad about the rules. Which is like, I don't know, to a degree it makes sense to me why you might, you know, switch over to something like Daggerheart, if that's more your kind of speed. Is to just like, you know, make reasonable conclusions about what may or may not have happened. But D&D's, especially when it comes to like flammability and fire damage, it's actually one of the most robust damage types. And like spells are very explicit about like what they light on fire and what they don't. So I don't know, man. It's just tough. It's just tough. Because like I don't even want to be that harsh on him, because I like the spirit of being tough on your players. This and like giving them the repercussions of their actions. I do it a lot with illusions, especially. But yeah, this one just feels overly harsh. And I think Merge is very in the right to argue it against it, and possibly could have argued even more, but you know, they're on stream. I think it's just one of those moments where he is harder on Marisha than anybody else. Yeah, I think so. And that's, you know, there's going to be that dynamic at every table. Like I have Paige as one of my players right now, and like I definitely think I really try to be as equal as possible. But if there is a distinction, if there is like a thing I'm unsure about, and I am like, I can bend to either side of being like more forgiving or more punishing to Paige, a lot of times I do end up going with the more punishing one, because I don't want there to be a perception that she's getting special treatment. And I really try to make it as even and as balanced as I possibly can. I try to really explicitly like not be like more hard on her than the typical player. But I know that if all else is equal, I know I'm probably falling on one side with her, because I don't want that perception to exist. So I also really get that from his perspective. It's just, it's tough. What's up? Wow. Look. Would you want the perception that you're getting special treatment? Yeah. Will the last part of the ep be on Friday? Yeah. Almost certainly.
All burned. Yeah, that's what
Or actually, wait, no, sorry. Not on Friday. It'll be on Thursday. It won't be able to be on Friday. Actually, thank you for reminding me. I know about this ahead of time, and I totally forgot to bring it up. Not Friday. It'll be on Thursday. Right now, I'm kind of thinking that I can probably get through most of the combat, because I don't think this combat will go on for too much longer. But I could be incorrect about that.
In his house now.
man.
It was always going to end this way.
Oh, God. Things you own end up owning you, really.
So glad I wore a jacket.
All right, so Pike is going to rush forward and is also going to attempt to healing word you at level 2. It's just a heal fountain on you that is 6 + 5. So it's 11 hit points you heal.
Okay. As soon as she does that, I grab him and we dimension door out the house.
Where do you dimension door?
To the only place I know, front of the house. Like outside the front door, not right outside, but like towards the edge of the map there.
Over here?
Yeah, just anywhere around there, like on approach to the house.
Or do you want to be more like over yonder?
Where's the front door to the house?
Front door's right there.
So yeah, I'd be familiar with like 20 feet, like the way we approached to the house. So where you got it? If that's the way we approached, that's the way
you
we
guys approached in this direction when you came to it. So.
Yeah.
All right, you're there. Make a perception check, Scanlan.
Okay.
Oh no.
10.
Okay. So you don't see the two hidden fellows over here.
Okay.
You do see something large and hulking moving through the forest this direction.
Is it naked?
No.
Okay.
Then we're gonna be okay.
Yeah, we're all right.
It's
all right. So, but you guys have pulled out of that house, and you're still on the ground. All of a sudden, your body physically shifts, and you're out amongst you're looking up at the trees, and you glance around, and you can see the back of your house, and you can now see the frantic fray going on. You see the necromancer is currently covered in brambles and held in place. You see a couple of guys over here on fire on the side, screaming on the side of the house, and your house starting to catch fire. All right, that's okay. Pike, on her turn,
Better this way.
is going to.
Nah, it's fine. Don't worry about
Keyleth
it.
has anger issues. It's fine.
I'll write it
Single
out.
target.
Raw.
My voice is feeling okay right now, but I might end before the combat ends if it feels any worse than it does right now. So it may or may not be the exact. Like I'm shooting for that time, but if we don't get there, I'll stop earlier. It's not a big deal either way.
It's the this is fine meme, except it's just Keyleth.
I was going to she's going to cast a level 5 guiding bolt because that's what Keyleth does.
Yeah.
So range spell attack against that guy, 11 plus. Yeah, that hits. That's a 21. So that is 46 plus 8d6 radiant damage.
No wonder she does it so much.
Which
Nice.
against the necromancer?
19.
Is she doing it to the magician?
No, this guy right there in the room.
He's an illusionist, Laura.
Doing it against Copperfield? Is David Blaine with him?
All right.
Street magic.
So,
Well,
so after she heals Sprig and Sprig vanishes, she grabs a holy symbol and goes, chill out! And just shoots this giant flashing beam of divine energy that slams into it. You can watch a lot of its flesh kind of burns away from the impact, and it's still standing, but it's like, but it's a shining beacon. The next attack gets that has advantage.
Nice.
And then Pike's gonna go ahead and back up with you, Vex, towards the back where the book stuff, the bookcase, and goes, you smell something? All right. You now hear simultaneously, and watch as the side wall and the back wall explode inward. A splinter of wood stone just comes from this wall here.
Oh no! All
Okay,
of
well,
these
no,
stuff.
I didn't.
Okay. I was about to say, okay. You know, yeah. The house was already consigned to death in Matt's head. I get it. I get it. I've done that sort of thing before, where you know what's coming next in a scene, so you know that it won't be a big deal that Keyleth lights the house on fire. But it seems like a bigger deal to the players because they don't know what you know. I've been there. That makes me even more sympathetic to Matt in this situation, even beyond, the fact that it's Marisha. Yeah, been there. Not even like acting upon future knowledge, but just like accidentally factoring in future knowledge to like a current in the moment decision, which is like also something you have to do as a GM a lot of the time, or something you want to do. But you have to not do it other times. That's tough. That's an even, yeah. And now you're seeing it for Marisha. It's like, I destroy your house first.
Destroy your house first.
This wall here.
Flames less with
Yeah. From the side of the house.
Burning.
It's like an earthquake. You set your house on fire in an earthquake, so the fire insurance covers it.
As two familiar hulking entities come barreling into the chamber.
Giants? What are they?
No, they're giants.
Remember those giant things you saw walking through the Shadowfell that you barely avoided with the mask?
The sensor?
Who has the
Have that
sensor?
anymore?
Not on you right now.
Sensor, right?
You don't just carry a fucking giant smoking sensor with you.
Oh, really?
No.
I didn't realize it was that big.
So at that point, I think we probably put it in the bag of holding.
Oh,
Yeah, it's in the bag of holding.
Okay.
But we did make a bunch of those herbs,
I do have the herbs.
and there's a shit ton of shit on fire.
yeah, and I know how to make more of that.
Burst through.
Keyleth might have already used it.
This big yell echoes through their metal masks. It sounds like this horrible, imagine a giant vocal scream that's peaking on the audio level against a tinny metallic speaker. This one leaps over and essentially is going to go after Keyleth. This one is going to go ahead and make 2 swipes at Trinket. They actually, as they barrel through, part of the roof kind of breaks, and guys up top, Percy and Grog, you feel the ground kind of buckle a little bit below you, and you drop about 2 or 3 inches as the building is starting to lose its physical frame.
I'll go, Grog. What did Keyleth do?
Thanks, Keyleth. You beat me by 1 second. Yeah, you beat me by 1 second.
I'm well aware. All right, later. It's totally worth it. One is going to.
#thanks Keyleth.
Yep.
You're welcome. Let's see here. That one's going to go ahead and do 2 slam attacks against Keyleth.
Oh.
Yeah, I burned it. Come on.
That's 23 to hit.
Yeah, that hits.
And
Oh no.
it's a 29 to hit.
Maybe hits. That might hit.
All right.
That doesn't make me happy.
That's 20 points of bludgeoning damage from the first hit.
Okay.
And the second one
That's okay.
is 30 points of bludgeoning damage. And it slams you. The second fist actually pins you up against the wall there. And you feel like kind of ribs crack inside your chest. And now like they're both down low and like this hulking just massive. They're almost wider than they are any other dimension with how they're kind of crashed down in the thickness of their body. They're taking up almost the entirety of the room right now. The other one's
30 points, right?
Yes, in the second one.
So I'm at 83 points.
Correct. The other one's gonna go ahead and slam twice into Trinket. That is just giant fists. It's gonna be a 28.
28 hits.
And a 22.
22 hits.
That is 5 plus 6. 11 points of bludgeoning damage to Trinket.
Half.
Correct. And 22 points of bludgeoning damage half.
Okay,
so
so 11 plus 6.
Correct.
That's 27 points.
Then ends their go. We're at the top of the round. Percy, you're upstairs.
Okay, this all happened.
Yep.
That's
really unwieldy. Yeah.
That's okay. I know where I am. I'm going to run out into the balcony.
Okay.
Really quick.
There's room over here.
That guy's still out there with us, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I figure you're going to handle it. So, Grog, take care of these two. I'm going to look. What do I see outside the balcony?
You see currently down below. Make a perception check.
All right.
Actually, you wouldn't even see them from your perspective.
I just rolled a natural 20.
Right, there's actually blocking vision from this side, but you see Scanlan, you see Sprig, who is currently conscious, you see this necromancer who is currently held with brambles, and you see 2 streaking flames and hear screams on the side of the building right there.
Okay, weird question really quickly. Where is that giant log trap that was connected to the
right there?
Yeah.
Right
So
in the front door.
how much swing does it have? Like where is it? Is it locked like all the way over here, or is it locked like is it come back like there?
It looks more like a drop.
Oh, so it's a drop on the door.
Yeah.
Good to know. All right. In the meantime, then I'm going to run out on the exterior of the wall, like right over here.
Okay,
that makes sense.
So you
and that's going to be my movement, and I'm going to just take some fun, happy pot shots at these bastards.
Okay.
Bastards.
The necromancers?
The necromancers. Let's start with that bound necromancer. He's fun.
With the Vecna.
With the Vecna eye.
All right.
He's bound, so I have advantage to hit him.
Yes, you do.
All right. I'm going to use my animus gun so that I still have a hand open, and I'm also going to burn a point of grit so that I can get him to drop his staff.
Okay, go for it.
All right. Here we go with advantage. Oh darn! It was so close. 28.
That hits.
All right. That's 1d6. That's woo fancy. 18 points of damage, 4 points of psychic damage, and he has to make a throw. Where is it? Strength saving throw, or drops his items?
Oh, don't worry. He drops the staff because there's not much left of his head.
Oh.
when you hit the arm, he's like the staff's clutching up here. You slam it and it hits the side of the head and just causes the right side of the face to explode against the tree.
Oh.
The bramble's still clutching as it falls limp to the ground, and they crush the body into a small rock of flesh.
Oh, that'll do. All right. I see the two below me.
Point back, right?
Oh, that's right. I get a grip point back.
You
Thank
get
you.
a grip point back?
You
get
do.
a grip point back.
You just barely see them. They have 3/4 cover, but you have
That's 3/4 cover. Yeah. What does that mean in this world, in this crazy world? I'm going to burn a grit for advantage, and I'm going to shoot one of them. Just let me.
The one right on the.
Yeah. I'll start there. Let's give him a shot. I love advantage. It's so wonderful. 32. I really should have done extra damage. So that's 1d10 plus 6. That hits, obviously. 32 to hit.
Yeah, that hits.
That's 9.
Goodbye, necromancer.
17 points of damage plus 2 points of psychic damage.
How much is that? Sorry.
17 points of damage plus 2 points of psychic damage.
Okay.
I'm debating ending now because as I drew my own mental attention to it, my voice started hurting more. The only thing I'll point out before I go, I was thinking about if I was going to go or not, but yeah, I think I'm going to do the rest of this on Thursday. Either Vecna actively can't see them, been pretty quiet, doesn't wish to speak to them, or assumed everything would go fine and moved on to something else. The only reason I'm even talking about this is because of that last option. Vecna assumed everything would go fine and moved on to some other plot or scheme or whatever, and is just like waiting for the after action report from his subordinate. That's the type of arrogance that I can be into. Like, I can absolutely be into a villain that is smart and arrogant, but like sets up schemes and sets up plots and executes them, to perfection. And their arrogance comes through in that when they initiate a plan, they don't feel the need to micromanage it and check in on it because they have such confidence and arrogance that, of course, their plan will work. I only wanted to highlight that because I have been pretty vocally against arrogance within the villains of CR so far. So I wanted to highlight that, like, that is a type of arrogance that I can get really down with. Not so much the I make stupid decisions arrogance. Which, I mean, you could argue that, like, I guess not being super actively on watching a mission execute is a type of stupidity, but I think it is much more reasonable. And, like, in this situation, I wouldn't even call it stupidity at all. Like, it's very reasonable for Vecna after Vox Machina's performance against him. I think it's very reasonable for Vecna to think, like, okay, I don't need to, like, watch the game. I'll get the after action report. I'll get the highlights afterward from my subordinate. I've got a lot to do with my time. I need to go over and, like, use my time better than just, like, watching an operation execute that I'm not even there for. It all feels much more reasonable to me. So, anyways, I'm a smelly streamer, smelly chat. And, yeah, I think I'm going to call it there because I'm starting to get a little froggy in the throat. I don't actually know what that means. All right, I'm back. When people say that they, like, get, like, a frog in their throat, I don't know what that means, but I'm getting a little something in my throat. So I'm going to leave it there, especially since it's a combat. We'll definitely finish it on Thursday. I have no doubt. So yeah, I will call it there. I'm feeling simultaneously more and less optimistic about the chances that Matt addresses why Vecna cannot just keep sending shit after them. I'm, like, more optimistic in some ways and less in others. So we will see. We will see. When I get here on Thursday, maybe it'll be answered. Or maybe it'll be answered in 106. Or maybe it won't be answered at all. Either way, I will see you on Thursday. Thank you for joining. Goodbye. Oh, just join the stream. Can I catch up before the end? It's ending, right? I just hit the stop stream. I pulled up the end broadcast button. I think I'm sorry. Goodbye.